You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
Hey, good morning. Glad to have you with us as we kick it off one more time in the state of New York. As the 102 anglers on the Bassmaster Elite Series are headed for the finish line in this year 2024. What a playing field. #1 place for tournament fishing in the world per Bassmaster magazine, St. Lawrence River and Lake Ontario. And Mark Zona, everything we've seen from the past 10 years. This is the 10th time for the Elite Series here.
Wow.
It just gets better each and every year. We got great races coming down to it. We got a field that's good to go. I don't see anything standing our way from having 4 great days of fishing here and a lot to keep our attention.
Exactly right, Tommy Sanders. And really one of the things definitely to pay attention to, a lot of anglers trying to re-qualify for the Bassmaster Elite Series, qualify for next year's Bassmaster Classic. But the main thing, the main storyline, it's almost like, Tommy, you scribbled this one up.
Yeah.
Is your Angler of the Year race, looking at Justin Hamner with one of the biggest seasons we have seen on the Bassmaster Elite Series in many years, trailed by probably the most daunting angler on this body of water, Chris Johnston.
Yes, Chris Johnston, of course, has got an impeccable record here. He's going after Justin Hamner on this day. We talked with Dave Mercer and Justin Hamner.
175 days ago, we launched our boats in Toledo Bend, Manny, Louisiana. And now, 4 days left in competition. You got the lead. You just got to hold on to the end of the finish line. How you feel this morning?
I'm feeling good. I mean, just being on this body of water, you always get excited and giddy. Giant smallmouth is just fun. But it's been an incredible year. That guy behind me is pretty scary, but I've just got to go do my job.
Yeah, I was thinking the vision in front of you is like a childhood dream, and the vision behind you may be an adult nightmare.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a childhood nightmare.
This, if you were to pull this on, when you think of the 2 other people who have pulled this off, Kevin Van Dam and Mark Davis, if you do something that only they have ever done, just saying that to yourself, what does that mean?
It sounds like I don't belong in that group. It's just, that's weird to hear. But yeah, I don't know. Let's go get it done.
You definitely belong. Justin Hamner, been an awesome season. Chris Johnston, the first Canadian ever to win an FLW Tour event, the first Canadian ever to win an Elite Series event, trying to become the first Canadian to ever win Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year. How you feel this morning, Chris?
I'm ready to go. A little nervous, to be honest. I'm always nervous for this event. Everyone expects me to do well, but it's a tough fishery, and a lot of times I'm just winging it out there, and hopefully it just comes together. The fishing's a little tougher than I've seen in the past, but you never know what's going to happen. 28 pounds lives out there.
You've got an incredible track record here. Hamner's the only man in control of his own destiny. Does that keep you a little calmer?
To be honest, I'm just going fishing. I'm going to try and go for the win. Whatever happens, if Hamner catches them, he deserves it. He's caught them all year. But I'm going for a win this tournament, and we'll see what happens, see how it shakes out.
Wish you luck.
Thinking I'm ready to get this long ride over and go catch something bass. Dude, I'm so pumped up and ready. It's just, to be in this situation is a dream come true. This whole year has been a dream come true. Regardless of how this thing shakes out, like, there's no complaints. It's been phenomenal. But I'm ready to finish this. I'm ready to finish it.
Represent Alabama.
America.
When we came here a year ago, Justin Hamner was already a hammer in the ranks of the Bassmaster Elite Series. An 8th place finish here sort of ignited him. Since then, he has made himself right up there. I mean, after Jet's burning here, you know, he's at the top now.
Absolutely. Getting to talk to Justin Hamner yesterday, the biggest thing that I asked him, I said, after winning the Classic, did it change the way you fished on the Bassmaster Elite Series this year? He said 1,000,000%. And we hear that a lot of times with anglers that win the Bassmaster Classic, that they'll gamble a little bit. And sad to say, a lot of times that has failed.
Yeah.
That has not been the case for Justin Hamner. Gave up a few points last week at Lake Champlain, and You didn't really want to see Chris Johnston gain those points. That being said, both of those anglers making that run out to Lake Ontario, pretty much hanging it all on the line here on day number 1.
And Chris Johnston's record here is unbelievable. We'll talk about that as we go through the morning. But let's take you back to the Empire State. We love New York because New York is great for bass fishing. We saw it last week at Lake Champlain. What an incredible tournament with a wild ending we had there. And this place, again, ranked number 1 among all these fisheries in America for tournaments.
Exactly. Humminbird unlocked the lake. Taking a look at our takeoff there in Waddington, New York. Been there before. And the difference this time around from the last time we were here on the St. Lawrence River, these anglers, pretty much everybody we have a camera with, making that 90 to 95 mile run all the way to the mouth of Lake Ontario. And there's been other anglers in the past that have tried to keep up with Lake Ontario. You've seen Bernie Schultz. I know Brock Mosley had a good tournament in the river years past, but the meat basically is Lake Ontario and that first 5 miles into the St. Lawrence River. And the biggest thing for these anglers today, maximize your fishing time today and tomorrow. Premium weather conditions. And as Such said last week, it's going to get kind of raw dog on Saturday and Sunday.
I don't know what all that is
this
all
week.
about. How does that, I don't know.
And that is your Humminbird Unlock the Lake. All of our anglers making their way out to Lake Ontario. Humminbird Unlocked.
See, I'm glad you pay attention.
I pay attention every now and then.
Yeah.
Listen, I got wrapped up in that whole Olympic breakdancing thing, but I tuned in a little
That's
bit.
over with. That's done now.
No, it's not.
It's done. No more breakdance at the Olympics. But we are going to have a fantastic day here today. As you say, all about risk management. You give up, about 4 hours of fishing to make this run down here? But you're serious guys, they are going to do it.
Here's what's really, look, the St. Lawrence River and Lake Ontario itself has been throttled the last few years. Whether it's been tournaments or just people coming up fun fishing, there's a reason Bassmaster has named it #1 body of water. But to put that into perspective, every single angler that we got to talk to yesterday that we have cameras with made the comment, yeah, when I look at them, on my forward-facing sonar, they're a lot harder to catch. And I said, what is your target weight here? Man, I got to be somewhere in that 24 to 27 pounds. So all relative. Yeah. The thing is, I don't know that a lot of these anglers are catching 20 or 30 bass a day, but if you get out to that Cape Vincent area all the way to, call it Amherst Island, Prince Edwards Bay, you don't need to catch 10. You catch 6 or 7 bass, you're going to be floating in that 23-pound range.
Well, we look forward to what's going to go down on the lake and on the river as well. It's going to be made interesting in both places. Great to have you with us on Bassmaster Live this morning. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon. I'm Tommy Sanders here with the great Mark Zona in the seat here this week, the great Ronnie Moore and the great Mike Sukon, all ready to go there. And we talked about Justin Hamner, this amazing opportunity that few anglers will ever get that faces him today. We did not talk a lot about Chris Johnston. He is the big dog out here. Second place last week by an ounce. He finished second here last year. I mean, come on. His average finish here in his elite experience is like third place.
Exactly. And really one of the things that Chris Johnston said last week, it was a flawless performance by Ed Loughran last week. I've been slipped up a little the last day. But Chris Johnston was mad. He literally was mad that he lost that tournament, said he should have made some different moves on the final day of the event earlier, going for largemouth probably. But really what Chris Johnston, you could throw his brother in the mix, and a lot of you that watch Bassmaster Live know this. They make catching 23 pounds to 25 pounds on this body of water look so incredibly easy, and that's the one thing that Hamner's going to be up against the next few days. Really needs to get his job done with the conditions that we have. The when that wind shifts and really starts gassing out of the southeast, that is not a horrible direction. Got to talk about it to Ronnie and Tommy this morning. Having a little bit of east Saturday and Sunday will provide protection for that run for these anglers.
All right, and Ronnie, we look at the odds, we look at the favorites. You follow the fantasy, wagering, et.cetera. Is someone like a Bryant Smith who can come out here in these first 2 days and catch 28 pounds and 5 ounces going to upset the apple cart? Could he be the one that changes the narrative here?
I think that's the one hardest thing that you're going to try to put these field of anglers up against the guys like the Johnstons or Cooper Gallant, guys like that. It's hard to do that for 4 days. Plus the run, Tommy. A lot of our Elite Series field hasn't made the run from Waddington to the lake. Maybe the last time we were in Waddington, they stayed in the river. Well, the last 2 times we've been in Clayton, everyone's saying, I need to go to the lake. I have to do that. Now you see some guys like Jay Shakurit, who has won here before on this body of water, that has never made that run. So there's some adjustments. Going to have to get gas multiple times. And then catching the bass, that's almost the least of your concern. You're expecting to catch bass. You just hope to get there with no problems, fuel up, and get back safely. Everything else is just a normal day of fishing, but here it's a little bit heightened. You got to really bring your A game, and we expect high weights. There is someone this week that's going to catch 20 pounds a day, miss the cut, and not make the Classic, and they feel like they did. They caught 20 pounds a day, and they might miss the cut. All
right, Mike Sukon, what we're going to talk about today, what we're going to reset all the time, the magic number for Justin Hamner. What can he finish compared to anything anyone else does and capture the title Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year?
He's 13, he's in.
13th place,
13th place, he's in. I want to talk about another race we didn't talk about is getting to the Classic. Alex Weatherall is our last man in at 42nd place right now, 440 points. It's going to take estimated 495 points to get into the Classic. And there's guys right down there. Bob Downey's trying to do it with missing one event. Brock Mosley's right there. Gussie is outside. Shane LaHue's outside. Jason Christie in 52nd. Seth Fider in 53rd. They need a top 10.
Well, Bob Downey's story is an incredible one.
There's so many guys below that line, and we'll keep an eye on.
Whoa, hey, we got a Skeeter Boats BFA. Mark Menendez, who says you can't catch big fish in the river, 5 pound, 4 ounce. Real close to south of Waddington.
The river's where it's at right now with most of our anglers still en route. Some of them may be getting there, getting set up in Lake Ontario. Should be seeing some pictures from that a little bit later. Want to see what's happening in the river as well.
Good, how are you?
Little gas stop here. You've got to.
Z, explain that. I mean, we have a long run, but a lot of these guys, if they're going to go out into the lake any distance, they got to stop and get it, and they might have to get it on the way back too.
100%. It's probably only need to make one stop if you're just going around the Cape Vincent area, but if you're making your way, say, west of Amherst Island to where we saw a lot of dominant performances last year in the Prince Edward, you probably are going to have to make 2 stops here today. So good to see gas pumps working there on St. Lawrence River so early on a Thursday morning. Because listen, I have been on that river. A lot of things don't get popping until about 10 a.m. So hats off to the gas pump operators early this morning.
Ooh, it's definitely going to change some things up. I don't think you'll be able to get out there on the lake, or if you could, you ain't going to have enough time to fish. So going to try to stack as much weight as we can right now, and when we got to fish the lake, it'll be good. We still got some stuff on the lake too.
Justin Hamner doing all the arithmetic, all the figuring, the probability of how it's going to go down, not just for today, but all 4 days. That's what he wants. First off, job 1, get in there for all 4 days.
Exactly.
If he gets in there all 4 days, he's got it.
Absolutely. And taking a look at Chris Johnston and the dominance that he has had on this body of water, I've been lucky enough to take a look at that right there. Worst finish, and he was disgusted, was back in 2022 with a 6th place finish, St. Lawrence River. And the one thing we know about Chris Johnston and Corey Johnston, if they are able to make that run out in the Lake Ontario, they are going. But with that being said, if you rewind all the way back to 2019, they don't have a lack of areas in this river as well.
Lives on Lake Ontario, on the Canadian side over there. Has spent his whole life fishing here.
Yeah, and talking to put it in a perspective, I've been lucky enough to fish with him and his brother out there, and getting in their boat, their entire GPS is one massive waypoint, basically from Waddington all the way out to Prince Edward. Hey,
How are you going to compete with that?
Looking at his performance in 2020, really the last day is when Lake Ontario decided to growl, and that's when we really started to learn weather conditions not a big factor for Chris Johnston.
First Canadian ever to win a Bassmaster Elite Series trophy. That was 20 in 2020. Came back in 2021. Another great effort.
You know, the one thing though was talking to Chris Johnston yesterday. A lot of their offshore areas, and that's really, I mean, listen, we've seen them throttle him shallow, him and his brother, on this body of water. Is a lot of those areas, 2019, 20, 21, there were a lot of unknowns out there on the lake. Those deeper haunts, those 25 all the way out to 35 feet of water. Will we see a lot of this today? I don't think so. But what's interesting is listening to Chris Johnston. He says, man, he goes, our advantage was 5 years ago. He goes, now, he said, a lot of where we have caught them in years past, that is community areas now.
He said he could catch them shallow 5 years ago. That was his big advantage. Now he can't do that anymore, he says.
Yeah, and I guess that's the one weird thing, because has always been a very, very big shallow population. Watching what they've done with a hair jig, a weightless stick worm, it just has not fired. Really, it didn't fire last year, and this time around, a lot of the anglers saying, man, I tried to keep that shallow water bite really honest throughout practice, not really going for the anglers that we have on camera here today.
You didn't believe Chris Johnston when he said he's just going to go out there and wing it today.
Hold on. Let me put something. So yesterday we're sitting there talking, and Chris will tell you he's not catching a bass throughout practice. Even if yesterday, and he said, hold on, I got one. And I said, I stopped talking. I said, text me a picture of what you just caught. And he's sitting there whining about the fish not biting. He sends me a picture of one about 6 1/4. So it kind of put things together.
Let's get out to Trey McKinney, who held the lead Progressive Bassmaster Angler Year for the longest time this season.
Well, we saw a big fish this week, Kyle Patrick.
Yeah, I saw that picture.
8-1. Unbelievable. Brian sent me that picture.
I woke up Tuesday morning to a FaceTime and said, what is Kyle Patrick FaceTiming me for? And he has an 8-pounder in the view when I answered the phone.
They're here. They're right underneath my boat.
Okay. Well, there's why you go to the Cape Vincent area.
Okay. We got the right lake here.
Huh? A wide mother.
I believe you got JT Tomkins over his shoulder.
Which is crazy that they are neck and neck for Rookie of the Year, and they're both in the race for Angler of the Year, and they're still...
They've kind of got a Johnston thing going, yet not brothers.
Yeah. They may file to be each other's brother at some point here.
4-pound. Yeah, I don't know. I wore my AirPods because of that. Right there. Rod.
Trey McKinney currently second in the Rookie of the Year race to this man, JT Tomkins.
After the Smith Lake debacle, McKinney went up north in pre-practice on both these fisheries. And JT Tomkins joined him, Tyler Williams. He said he learned some things. He likes the lake.
These guys fishing
I gotcha.
Keep it calm.
Very, very well-known community hole that we have seen
located
in
right
years past out near Cape Vincent.
Get the right drift on.
JT Tomkins, get ready for this, Tommy. Says he spends a month up here every summer.
What?
Isn't that a month every summer?
From down in South Carolina?
Yes. Said he was, of all the lakes this year, more familiar here than Lake Murray. 30 minutes from his house.
There's a fact for you.
That's why I said something fun, because it's a rare occasion.
Might explain his
They were
8th
not
place
this hard
finish
to
in the
catch
Open.
last time.
Quit saying that.
I'm having like
Stop it.
8 or 9 come up on it and thump it every cast.
Just stop it. Don't say that. They're going to change their modes, dude. I'll let that go down there.
Boy, they're fishing close when actually JT's mic is picking up Trey talking.
There's a little echo, that's why.
Just saying.
Coming through 2 mics.
Okay, momentum should be close. No, not close.
Well, 1 and 2 in the ROY race right there. Jay Shakurit, former Rookie of the Year back in 2022, was the first one to go over 100 pounds in smallmouth, the Bassmasters, right here.
And Jay was one of the anglers that we have on camera that said, no, I've got a few schools that are really, really big schools, 20 to 30 fish schools in the mouth of the river leading to the lake.
Not
But
like
again,
So deep
it's
I can't
very
really see
hard to
my bait. I
catch.
can just see
You
my
just keep going
line.
there, thump, and then go back down. Come up there, thump, and go back down.
As Ronnie said earlier, Jay's not ever made this run. His events here have all gone out of Clayton, New York, much closer to the river, closer to the lake, I should say.
And it's good to know that these guys who fished the Opens last year, they did fish the St. Lawrence River. Trey, JT, John Garrett, Kyle Patrick, Robert G., all the guys from the rookie class from the Opens. But it was river only. It was out of Waddington. It was river only, so the farthest they could go is probably where they're close to now. And so it's a different animal of going out into the lake another 15 or 20 miles possibly. And so it was interesting to see how they would maybe decide to use their game plan.
Well, those 2 boxes at the bottom right there, one of our big stories. It's Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year. JT Tomkins and Trey McKinney separated by a single point. These two have been going at it for 2 years. Now, last year on the EQ Series, JT Tomkins first place, Trey McKinney third place. And the rivalry just continues on through 2024. And lucky us, we got plenty more big storylines working on this day here. First day of fishing, the Humminbird Bassmaster Elite, the St. Lawrence River, and eventually we'll see it on Lake Ontario. That when we return. The Humminbird Bassmaster Elite coming to you from the St. Lawrence River, sponsored by Ranger Boats, by Rapala, and by Yamaha. St. Lawrence River, 1,900 miles long, part of that 1,900 miles long. St. Lawrence Seaway, the Great Lakes water gets out to the Atlantic Ocean. Let's take a moment and look at our Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year point situation. As we start today, there's Justin Hamner with that 13-point advantage over Chris Johnston. Jacob Fouts, super steady, great year, made his 11th straight cut last week at Lake Champlain. That is admirable, to say the least. JT Tomkins making another push. He started out in great shape and has been pushing at the end of the season as well, and Trey McKinney right behind him as we start our day today. Jay Shakurit, Rookie of the Year 2022. Corey Johnson, Cody Huff, John Garrett, and Wesley.
Boy, you've got some good smallmouth fishermen in that top 10 right there.
They're all good.
There's a couple things there. Wesley Gore, 50 points behind Tommy. So if Hamner makes day 3, he would be officially eliminated. There's going to be every day someone's going to eliminate themselves. But those top 2 or 3, with only 19 points separating them, they're going to be in there till the end.
Yeah. We will see it all go down here during the course of this week.
Yeah,
we got 7 hours of coverage for you here today. JT Tomkins again out there with pretty much within.
Oh, I don't know.
Throw a
This
rock
morning
and
is
hit
they're
JT
definitely a little
McKinney.
more picky than I was hoping, but I think we're gonna be fine. So we just gotta feel around and get a feel for what's going on right now.
Look at our unofficial top 10. Now you see 2 anglers in that with just 1 fish. One's a 4.12 and one's a 4.3. Those 2 smallmouth
You sucker.
would have been in the top 20 last week at Champlain. They will be sort of middling.
Really
smallmouth
weird.
here.
I was sitting there, I was thinking about that. As many tournaments as we've covered on both lakes back to back, is Man, a 20-pound stringer last week, a smallmouth. You did. I hate to say this, and Mercer kind of tipped it off, and Ronnie did, that you catch 20 pounds here today with these conditions, you're over par. I mean, you could not ask for. I know we have a lot of smallmouth fisherwomen watching this right now. You could not ask for better conditions on this body of water. High skies and really light winds.
Well, big expectations for JT Tomkins coming out here. Won the EQ competition on the St. Croix Bassmaster Opens back in 2023. And he started out with a bang last year. Great year so far. Look at this from the Harris chain, a second place finish down there. That's one of his top finishes of the year. Tied for top finish of the year for JT Tomkins. Lake Murray, same story.
And you kind of just felt like Trey McKinney was going to run away with every single title possible that time of the year this Elite Series season when we were at Lake Murray. Slowly just kind of creeping back in, just very, very consistent for JT Tomkins. And he was one of the anglers, Ronnie Moore said, you better watch coming out of the Opens EQ qualifiers, and big season for the South Carolina angler.
There's his full lineup right there. That is fantastic. And as you said, the unknown thing about JT Tomkins, at least as far as I'm concerned, he spends a month up here fishing on the St. Lawrence every year. So, my goodness.
Yeah, it's a vacation for him. You see the St. Johns River being the only trip up he's had this season. We saw him when we were Trey McKinney on day one at the St. Johns River. Within the final 45 minutes, JT pulls up and says, I have like 2 fish, man. I have 3 fish. Like, I'm done. I am out of every race that you could possibly be out of. But at the end of the season, we now see he is in Rookie of the Year, still in the top 5 for Angler of the Year with a 94th place finish.
Boy, they're all so good anymore from those rookie ranks for a good many years now. One of the most celebrated rookies of all time with the Bassmaster Elite Series. The performance of Jay Shakurit continues on through this year.
Well, he was the exact angler that said how hard these fish are to catch this time around compared to years past. And then backed it up with I just need to be in that 27-pound range by the end of day one.
First spot here. Had a couple lookers so far, no takers yet. But yeah, excited to get the day rolling. Hopefully we can stumble across a couple flurries throughout the day and start making our way back. Hopefully early. Hopefully we don't have to stay out here too long, but we're gonna find out.
Missed him.
That is one of the challenges. You nailed that, Ronnie. That is one of the challenges in that current in the mouth of the river, is presenting that bait correctly. Fishing a bigger jig head minnow. Said drop shot has not been a player for him throughout practice. Mostly jig head minnow, getting those fish that are about 5 to 10 feet off of the bottom.
One's going to come up and meet it, it looks like. Did not want it.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Some in the mid column that were.
There's a bunch right there. Hug to the bottom. You see 2 right there at 45 to 50.
He's getting close on him.
And 2 that are swimming right underneath of his trollometer right now, on the bottom though.
See his bait at 30.
Investigation here. Hold on.
Oh gosh.
But that is also one of the things Shakurit and Chris Johnston said. You could be on a boulder that no doubt has 24 to 26 pounds. And these guys are masters at gauging the size of these fish on their forward-facing sonar, knowing that your bait is literally in the wheelhouse of a giant stringer and catching none of them.
Nobody's like it.
We are in about 40 foot right now. Looking at quite a few fish that unfortunately are not very interested, which I'm not shocked by.
Z, if those bass were like the ones on your show and the animations I've seen and have the big long tongue out there, they would have been able to lick that one. They were right there. They were
I'd
right
have lost them, but they would have got it.
They were right there.
No takers yet.
Jay Shakir at 5th place at Murray, 6th at Wheeler, 3rd at Smith Lake. Big tumble at Plattsburgh all the way to 20th.
Week, yeah, 20th. Yeah. And that's a win on St. Clair mixed in there after Smith in there.
Yeah,
so
in the Open. Yeah.
At one point, so he had 4 straight Elite Series top 10s and an Open win in his streak there. And yeah, his downturn last week, Tommy, you said 20th.
Pretty good work out there. Trey McKinney got one in the boat, good one.
A lot of these fish from that 30 foot all the way out to 50 foot range. Mouth of the St. Lawrence in Lake Ontario. One angler that really had a better practice shallow was Justin Hamner. We'll definitely get into that when he gets to his primary area.
That might be a giant.
Tell big head shakes.
It's a view from Tomkins' boat, just a few feet away.
Amazing how you see a lot of the tackle that these guys use now, how they really cater to forward-facing sonar. We got to see with Taku Ito on this body of water, really thin diameter braid and almost so thin, like stuff we've really never seen before on the Elite Series, able to cut that water quickly so that bait immediately gets down to these fish.
He wasn't coming off. Come on. Get my pliers. We're committing a disaster right now. He liked that. He liked it. Get in here. Here, I'll get it. Not a bad one. It's a chunk. $4-pounder.
Is that the one that's 4.3? Sort of right in the 20-pound sort of average. Which may not.
I'm gonna let him calm down.
Above par, like you said.
Yeah. Not gonna put you in the top echelons, but he's got a big full day to fish out here. I don't know how many hours he's going to get from where he is right now. Where else he's going today?
All of our guys on camera, because they took off in AOY order, our first flight, they will be back at 3 Eastern time when we end our show.
No idea what I'm doing, but all I know is natural presentations with current. That's what we're trying to accomplish. With my little swimmer down there, he's going in the current. Uh-oh. Natural presentations, baby. Natural presentations. Come on. It's not moving. It's really not actually moving at all. I don't even know if he knows he's hooked. It's either really big. Uh-oh, he's gonna jump. He's gonna jump, come on. Oh, big head shakes. Big head shakes. He wants to jump, but I don't want him to. Line cast, baby.
Well, he's going to fight this for a second, Tommy. One interesting, two things.
Dude, there's nothing I can do, and I'm not drifting back to lose my spot. I have my spot, and I'm going to continue to cast
Is talking to Trey McKinney, I said, man, you've had a awesome, interesting, weird season. And I said, what would you change going into next year? You'll be 20 next year. So what would you change? It literally did not miss a beat. He said, I need to read more. I don't like reading. And I started laughing. He said, no, I'm being dead serious. He said, literally, the only things that have hurt him this year was him. And I said, that's something. And he said, no, he goes, all of my problems, I created them. If I just pay a little more attention next year and tighten things up. And I thought that was cool that he took complete accountability for some of the infractions he got.
Yeah.
That's what we've seen in other sports, and we've talked about it on Bass Live, is other athletes, fishermen, doing the small things wrong or not well, doing the small things not well hurts the big things, which is your skill and ability. It minimizes how good you actually are when you struggle to do the little things right.
Rookie mistakes.
Yeah, literally 19-year-old mistakes.
And it's encouraging to hear that he wants to read more.
And his small mistakes, look, man, you could look back on this 10 years from now.
I won't get in this
With
boat.
what he's doing today, I mean, he would have wiped up the Angler of the Year title. He would have wiped the floor,
He
man.
finished 93rd at
Do my
Smithview,
little
would have
dancing
been
dance.
second
Right.
with the bag he had.
Get the pliers again. I like doing that.
That's not 4. If he says 4,
I get
that's not
pliers
4.
means
That is not
I'm
4,
happy.
Ronnie. It's not 4
It's
pounds.
not 4.
this is for Rob G. Little belly pat.
Now, he's 2 bites away from heading back to Waddington.
Yeah.
Early this morning on day number 1.
Well, we'll be back to tell you what that one weighed, but you can probably guess
Yeah, I
when
would
you
say.
look at the girth on that fish right there. That's what lives here. That's why we're here. That's why 101 anglers are out there giving it everything they've got. The final 2 days when you're granted a day. Rest of it you have to earn. That's what today and tomorrow are all about. Be in the top 50 at the end of tomorrow. You can fish on here at this incredible place, Lake Ontario at St. Lawrence River.
Awesome looking fish, man. Fairly built, not very skinny. Saw some skinny ones last week.
Yes, we did see some torpedoes last week. These look like hubcaps out there. Truck hubcaps I'm talking about, Peterbilt. Oh boy.
Yeah, that's a big one.
Show you our leaderboard as it stands right now. This is unofficial. This is Bass Track right here in the 2019 Bassmaster Progressive Angler of the Year, Scott Canterbury, on top with, I believe he has a limit there. Yeah, Scott Canterbury. No, he's one shy of a limit with that. Trey McKinney now moves up into second place. You're right, he is close to being able to pack it up and go back. See, we got plenty more to unfold here in St. Lawrence.
Look, there's a reason this is the #1 lake in the country. It's insane. You know, you got the river. We're going out of Waddington, so it's about 80-ish miles to the mouth of the lake, and all that river is chock full of smallmouth.
Obviously, it's a really long run to get to where I like to fish, or basically to where I've had my only experience on this body of water. So I am going to make the run. You know, I'm going to make the run to the mouth of the lake.
Mother Nature doesn't let that place get pressured, and when you find them, and if you can actually get to them, they're big, they eat, and it's incredible.
I kind of got to time it out just to see how much time I'm actually going to have, because I've never done it before. So getting gas is going to, you know, be a factor in all this.
You know, first day of practice I had like 27.5 pounds. Like it's just insane. So no matter where you go though on this place, you're around fish.
BMC on point, and our top anglers heading into this one talking about their strategies and what lives where out here. But we have to remember that last year Patrick Walters won it with 105 pounds, top 4 at 100 pounds. He spent one day in the river. The first day he was in the river. So it can be part of a winning effort. We will see. We're getting our good weather the first 2 days here as we get back out to JT Tomkins.
Good boy.
That was nice. 5, maybe a little bigger.
Boy, that fish came up fast too.
Saw 2 or 3 on the rock pile, but they weren't even really remotely interested. So we're about to leave here in about 1 minute. Just hit some really quick spots. That's the plan.
Well, Chris Johnston did call an audible this morning. He was going to start in the mouth of the river with Shakurit, but decided to creep around the corner and head north on the Canadian side of Lake Ontario. Was worried about that spot that he started on, which has not paid off. About some other anglers being on there. Said it had a lot of company on the final day of the event last year. All of these anglers within about 7 or 8 miles of each other.
Trying to put the old drop shot in a fish's territory. I'm not using live scope because then I can't see them and then I get, unconfident. So, my plan is to let the current do the work for me. I'm just slowly reeling it above the bottom. I'm throwing a drop shot. But yeah, I don't know. I had this one little lineup I went over, and I had one bang, 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 my jig and my Dominican. And I was like, shoot, let me get back, do something a little bit more natural. So I picked up a little minnow.
Have you caught any,
Rob?
Rob?
Up there, and as you guys can see,
okay.
I'm not twitching. I'm just slowly letting it flow with the current.
Yeah, I lost mine. It was
Big. So glad there's not a whole lot of
Really
big rocks
big.
on there, or I would be in big trouble. Fish, whatever kind of fish it is. But the crazy part is they'll get behind a pebble, a legit pebble. And that's why instead of like, can't see what they all sit behind sometimes. Like there'll be 3 or 4 behind a rock that big. So I figured I had better odds. There's a little, he's out there, school is, but the little vein comes out through here and then goes out there, and they're just kind of, I caught those 2 in the bottom of the vein. I just felt it. Because this little minnow in a current, even if I hold it still, it's still swimming. So that's what I'm doing right now. Trying to find me another cast. When I get a bite, then I'm okay. I found me another cast. This is the only cast I've got bit on though. Right.
That is Robert G's boat over there also.
There is just a party going on off that island, isn't there?
They have got that one surrounded.
And that's why Trey said, you know, I've got my spot. I'm not gonna.
Yeah.
I don't want to lose my spot and where I'm at.
I mean, having a time today.
No, I tried to jig, but they thumped it. They didn't grab it. They were being mean. On the bottom. That's what they're throwing. They're both throwing to Mickeys right now. So I figured I'd try something different. JT lost one earlier that was very large. I know there's more down there. I think these fish are old. They're smart. I feel like this is a pretty public spot. I mean, you can go both ways. I know they're here, but you gotta get them to bite. Come on. Look at that. There's a shad ball come up and one went back down.
Tell me, this is just not a dynamic that when you and I started this 21 years ago that you would see very often.
No, I don't think we ever had a freshman dance out there. Particularly in this place. That's what we got going on. The social. Yeah, the mixer for 24.
Buddy, you eat for a living. You're not supposed to miss things. I don't miss my mouth at the dinner table. Let it come over a rock, I'm like, let go of it. The thing I like about this is I can work it as slow as I possibly want to. I got 2 good ones, 2 4s and a 5. So now I just gotta get 2 more. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna keep inching over. Throw every 10 feet. So I threw there, I'm gonna throw right there. I'm just gonna keep inching, and then when I get a bite, I'll lock into that area.
Well, let's take a look at this incredible rookie season. We keep referring to it on Trey McKinney. Kicked it off Toledo Bend. 12th place, no problem. Made it look easy. Very good job there. We stayed in Texas for those first 2 events of the year, and Lake Fork was unbelievable.
Yeah, and really finding a place on Lake Fork. Did not have a lot of company, except for that was his company throughout the entire event. A couple on a stickworm right there, but a lot of his work done with a jerkbait throughout that tournament, lifting the trophy on Lake Fork.
Youngest winner of an Elite Series ever goes to the Harris chain. 6th place, big drop off in production there. Finishing 6th place to another rookie, John Garrett.
To see how he handled Florida. Florida was the big deal. That's places that he had experience on or pre-fished. For sure, the St. Johns River started out so strong with him, dealt with some adversity, still crawled back for a 17th place finish.
Exactly, and on to Lake Murray, 6th place finish. And actually, when we called that tournament, Tommy, I said this young man from Southern Illinois, really 0 bodies of water that he has grown up on that resemble anything that he has fished throughout the entire.
Nothing like Decatur Lake.
Exactly.
Has been on the thing this year. That's for sure.
Lake of Egypt.
Yes, there you go. Lake Wheeler hanging in there with a top 25 finish, and then Smith Lake.
Smith Lake, he had a decent day 1, a really, really good day 2. The biggest bag of the tournament at that point in the tournament. Was late, had some other infractions, ended up finishing 90th place, 93rd place.
big disappointment there. He uses that as a learning opportunity. Came back with a 42nd place at Lake Champlain last week, and off to a decent start. That good one we saw when we went to break a minute ago. It was a 5-pounder. Went in as a 5-pounder.
Need a little music. Oh gosh. Gosh, he's shooting up. Going back down to the bottom. That's a mark. Ooh, come on. I'm not gonna celebrate yet because it's too early. Dude, it's not even moving. Gosh, feel those head shakes? Go, 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 go. Dude, that might be a giant. Oh my gosh, this is ridiculous. This right here is why smallmouth are awesome. Come on, he's coming up. I think he's wore out now. I'm just dragging like a stick. Come on, he's gonna jump.
You watched how he was dead sticking in that current.
I haven't even seen him yet.
When his roommate JT Tomkins watching this show go on with Trey McKinney, boy, that does make you speed up a little bit.
Got to. It's going to be his 4th keeper.
Oh yeah.
Getting the boat.
I mean, they got just like a little party going on.
I know,
out
it's
there,
like
right?
they're spinning a few records, drinking some
That's a lot of
Cokes,
them, boys.
you know, having a record party out there. It's freshmen.
Oh my goodness. Okay. I don't know yet.
It's interesting. This isn't he's not the best with smallmouth. He said that he doesn't have a ton of experience, and for him to automatically say this morning, I can't look at my graph because I'm going to get discouraged if I don't see him. I've got to just fish that drop shot slower. And meanwhile, like you said, Z, some other guys are sped up. Hey, are you seeing him? Are you seeing him? And he, dude, I'm not even using. I'm trying to get one more bite and get a limit, right, T?
I like that. I like that. 5-pounder. 5-pounder. 5.
On the right track. Wow, a couple of 5-pounders in a row for Trey McKinney. Going to move him likely up into our, that's not reflected there in that one. On our leaderboard, this is Bass Track. It will show up. He'll probably
be
move
the
up
leader.
into the top 3. Maybe
the
the new
leader.
leader. Yeah.
5-pounder.
Sky's the limit. Great start. It's the way he started his season. Trey McKinney of Illinois probably has overtaken the Rookie of the Year lead for sure. Yeah. As we continue on through the morning from the St. Lawrence River. The Humminbird Bassmaster Elite from the St. Lawrence River. Waddington, New York. Subject of our Bassmaster Live today. Very important day of tournament fishing. Last 4 days, what we're experiencing here of this 2024 season. And Trey McKinney, who started the season off great.
There we go.
The trip to Toledo Bend, backing it up with a giant win at Lake Fork in Texas. I think one of the top 4 limits of all time. Sacked up by Trey McKinney there. Big story working with that one right there. Will Davis Jr. had a good tournament last week at Lake Champlain, is in second place. And Texan Keith Combs.
Look at that. Keith Combs, Mark Menendez, Canterbury, Prince, Cherry, Sokup, Fighter, Webster, all of them need to win this event to make the Classic.
All of them within 10 miles of our takeoff.
Yes,
though.
exactly.
So let's put that into perspective.
Yeah, we'll see if that holds up.
Let's do that.
Just wait
There's
for
a
the
reason
mystery
they
to
got
be
a quick
solved.
start.
Let's get out to Chris Johnston. Maybe a little bit of a slow start for him.
If you really look at the anglers we have on camera today, it has been the Trey McKinney show pretty much since the start of our broadcast out to Chris Johnston live.
Justin Hamner's out of range, but he's caught 2 fish.
Gotcha. Come on. Doesn't feel big.
Chris Johnston fishing the mouth of probably one of the biggest spawning bays on Lake Ontario. Windmills kind of give it away.
Yeah.
Come on.
What great weather, though. That's good.
Fantastic.
Windmill's not turning so fast today. Yet.
There he is. I'm not sure if he's a big one. I think he's little. Not that big. Come on, you're not hooked that good. You're not that big, but number 1. Number 1 on the St. Lawrence. Thanks.
Thought it might have came a little quicker, but first one on the board for Chris Johnston so far this morning, and I wanted to bring it into the Bassmaster Studios, the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge, and talking about Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing. That man right there, Chris Johnston, you better have him on your team, or if not, I understand why you'd pick Corey Johnston, his brother. But when we look at the pure dominance of Chris Johnston here. So 5 years on the Elite Series. This is his 6th Elite event at the St. Lawrence River. In the 5 previous Elites, 20 possible days, Chris has been in the top 10 after a day of fishing all 20 times. He's 20 out of 20 being in the top 10, whether it's a day 1, a day 2, a day 3, doesn't matter. Chris has been in the top 10 every day of competition, so it's smart to put him on your team. Let's go a little bit more absurd with his dominance. Not only has he been 100% in the top 10, 75% of his Elite Series competition days on this body of water, he has been in the top 3 after a day of competition. 15 out of 20 days, he has been in the top 3 at the St. Lawrence River. That is pure domination when it comes to an angler on a body of water. We have seen other locals, other guys who have strong tournaments like Cliff Prince at the St. John's. They slip up here and there. Lee Livesey at Lake Fork. Those things don't always go right, but how many times it goes right for Chris Johnston is unparalleled. 100% of the time he is in the top 10, 75% of the time he is in the top 3 on the Elites, and that's the best 100 anglers that you could put together, and people who have all had the same amount of Elites here with them. They fish the same events.
You know, and really where you see the dominance with Chris and Corey Johnston, especially on this body of water, is when we get into conditions that get sketchy, that get a little zesty and spicy, which we're going to see when we get into Saturday. Look, this is a fishing day. It's comfortable for everybody. Trey McKinney and JT, they're having a little freshman party, as you said, a dance party or something going on.
Yeah.
But when you get into Saturday and boat control and all of that is paramount, that's where you see those guys really, really excel. Something Chris said, this is no joke. I taped a Zona show with him in Buffalo, and he said, "Man, I don't fish buffalo a lot." So we went out, taped on some areas that I fished in years past, and we caught like 28 pounds, and he was doing his little interview part, and he's like, yeah, man, I'll be honest with you, he's just a lot slower than I thought. Dude, it literally crushed my soul when he said that.
I can see why. That's your Lawrence bird's eye view of the Trey McKinney, JT Tomkins. I think Robert G was.
That is a popular buoy, Tommy.
Boy,
we
that
have.
thing is sort of the centerpiece. Then we've dropped a pin for sure there.
Definitely covered that in years past.
Trey McKinney, your current leader.
We saw that big water, rough water, ease ability, the fish ability for Chris and Corey when we had the 2 days practice, and they were as rough as they could get those 2 days of practice. The Johnsons weren't afraid to go out there. A lot of others couldn't efficiently figure it out, but when it slicked off in the tournament, they were like, well, we've already been out here. We know what to do.
Got a Justin Hamner update. He is off, out of range for our cell camera. He's caught a 4.3. He's got 3 fish now for 10.5 pounds. He's in our top 10 at 9th right now.
I don't think they'd be a big fan.
Hamner's out in the lake near the first 5-pounder caught out there. Chris Zaldane caught a 5-pounder close by.
It's Justin Hamner in that race with Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, started with a 13-point lead over Chris Johnson, who just caught his first fish. Looked to be a little less than 4. Not went in as 4, sorry, excuse me.
See a lot of the anglers that are out right now into the lake. A lot of Canadian side, Amherst Island, Duck Island playing in a big way, otherwise known as Kong Island. Not many anglers on the U.S. side of Lake Ontario.
Look at them guys with their trolling motor down. I was really waiting for him to get up to speed, really. Hate to say that, bad as that sounds. That'd have been a bad deal.
You're seeing some areas anglers have traversed to in the past on the New York side of it. That
you're right about that.
Well, I'm not to contradict, but like Cody Huff last year lost a few hours each day to do mechanical issues. He's making an even longer run out into the New York side, and he is making that same run. We've seen Matt Robertson make that run. They are both on that same spot that they were fishing last year, near each other.
Cody said he might have been on the winning fish. He only had like an hour each of the first 2 days to catch fish.
What do you get, like
so many
top 15,
issues.
and he only got to fish one full day? Yeah. But that is the risk you take. That is the risk you take. And if we're normally closer to the lake for takeoff, and the service crews are closer to the lake, the time to get repaired is much quicker. We saw Kyle Welcher have to do that in the Elite last year on the final day. When your service crew's up in Waddington, that's a whole lot more scary for if something goes wrong, who's nearby me? Do I have a friend that can bring me in? Or what's the likelihood I can get someone to me?
Those coots are a nuisance.
Oh, they are. They will bother you to death.
Well, actually, I'm going to rewind what I said. My map didn't refresh. There's several anglers on the U.S. side. Taking a look at Duck Island right there. Jacob Fouts making the run out. Hunter Schreier, Jonathan Kelly, Drew Cook. So we kind of slink around Reed's Bay and Wolf Island. Heading downstream, still a lot of anglers deciding to fish in the river. A little bit surprising with the conditions we have today. A lot of our field fishing in the St. Lawrence River, but things definitely firing this morning early. Trey McKinney. Look at Amherst Island, a lot of history there last year. Bassmaster Live, Tommy.
Yes, sir. If you have an inch down to close to where it was won last year on the Canadian side, we'll be right back. Back in New York with Bassmaster Live, the Humminbird Bassmaster Elite on the fabulous St. Lawrence River. 10th time, just the elites have been here. Of course, lots of Bassmaster events through the years, dating back to the old Thousand Island days.
Oh, yeah.
This is a changed place
It is.
from that time, especially when you look at weights that it takes to win or compete out here as we look at some stiff competition going out there among some rookies.
Back in the 80s and 90s, smallmouth just did not look like this here at all. There definitely was a transformation in this body of water in the late 90s and early 2000s, and really you're seeing a product of what it is now, where 100 pounds in a tournament, really not a big surprise.
4 over 100 here last year.
Yeah, and with Kyle Welcher losing half his day, I think he was only half a pound from making it 5 anglers.
4 ounces, Ron.
Yeah,
Wow.
4 ounces.
4 ounces.
So we'll give you the honorary 100 pounds because you should have. We saw it happen.
Well, he pushed all the way through the end to nail that one down. Good on him.
Yes, lived by a pretty similar game plan that Justin Hamner is applying, and really kind of in the same region of Lake Ontario this time around, where it's a no doubt I am making that run situation. Definitely a lot nicer this time around than we got to see early in the event last year.
Yeah.
Do you blame or credit Brandon Palnick in 2013 when, after he got DQ'd, he came here and said, I'm going to make the run, and he went 2.5 hours and got 88 pounds and won?
Where he went outside of Henderson Harbor, I made the comment to Tommy when we called that event, there is no way he will get there 4 days in a row. And he did, and he was the only one to go out there and do that.
And he had a culling penalty, Tommy, a 2-pound penalty, and still won.
He said he was going to do it. Said he had to do it because he got washed out by that penalty in the previous event in Mississippi.
Seeing some. Got to trick them. 2 or 3 right here.
How about another Skeeter Boats BFA?
Yeah, how about it?
Big fish, Caleb Summerall, 6-pounder.
Wow, he's one out there.
He's out there.
Losing to second place. 18.5 pounds. He's got to get rid of his 2.5 pounders and a 3.
After a pretty good Champlain event, I'd say, for Caleb Summerall, he moved into the Classic Cut Line, Tommy, into 38th place.
He did,
which right now, if you look at the Classic Cut Line, it says 40th, and that is the guaranteed number that it'll be 40. But it can always go down with double qualifiers. So with Justin Hamner being the reigning Classic champ and being in the points, he'll double. Jay Shakir will double. It goes down to 42 right now.
And then who wins here and might get another one?
A little nervous because these fish are being so uncooperative this week. It's the hardest I've ever seen to try and get these things to bite. Like, I got 3 right in front of my boat. If they'd all bite, we'd be laughing. That's the problem. Oh, one just chased my stuff. Come on. So until I get 5, I'm not going to be comfortable.
Johnston, who lost last Monday by 1 ounce to Ed Lochran.
And he really looked like he thought he won it, like on stage. Like he really
totally
thought
agree.
he looked like he won it, and was just so kind of caught off guard that the number Mercer said Ed needed, Ed got. And that was after he had just passed Robert G by 2 ounces a few people prior.
That was an interesting event on Lake Champlain to see what Ed Lochran and really guys like Greg DePalma did, watching where they caught them. Those were areas that we have never seen play in years past.
So Ed
had it all to themselves.
Yeah.
Ed said, because he's came back from medical hardship and he's not fishing for points necessarily, that he went to an area of Champlain to stay away from people, to not interfere with them fishing.
Do that more often.
I mean, so he goes and stays away from people, and ends up winning in his own little confined area. You know, and that's why I talked with Davey Height, asking him about, instead of running all over the place, finding an area and breaking that down so you know every inch of it, rather than having spots here and there, and it worked for Ed.
Justin Hamner with a 5-pounder. He's up to 15-10 and in 7th place. Holding serve for sure so far.
That's his competition right there. On screen, Chris Johnston, who's had a slow go of it today.
Seen Chris Johnston fish a lot shallower than we thought we'd see today. Hamner making the comment, he thought a lot of these fish were really still in between from when they spawn here throughout late June, early July, not getting out to that, on the main lake, out to that 30 to 40 feet of water. Said there was ample amount of fish in that 15 to 25 range, which is actually considered fairly shallow this time of year.
Keith Combs in the river is leading with 18 pounds, 14 ounces, 3 4-pounders.
So if you really think about it, how many tournaments have been here the last few weeks with, you know, a lot of folks vacationing and getting out on the lake, and I really believe in the next few years you will see this effect. A lot of people might call bull on this, but I think you'll see this effect 2 years, 3 years, 5 years down the line on lakes where you're seeing a lot of forward-facing sonar dominant events. Eventually, Mother Nature will teach these fish to not I mean, look, the heydays of this have been the last 24 months. These fish have been untouched for decades and for a century. You are starting, if you really listen to guys like Corey and Chris, they will tell you, you're now seeing the effects of these fish being pressured this hard.
Did you see it at Champlain last week?
100%.
It was a different sort of
100%.
profile of the average keeper fish.
100%.
Yeah.
You're I'll tell you another place. You're seeing it hard on Lake St. Clair right now.
Come on, eat
even though Shakur had caught 9 million pounds a few weeks ago,
he's all over it.
It across the board is not as easy as it was 12 months ago, 24 months ago. To where if you saw one, 9 out of 10 of them would bite. Now it's almost a factor of 2 out of 10 would bite.
So 5 years from now, you're saying there'd be a whole generation that has
totally
been
believe that. I totally believe that.
Evolved to not go for that thing.
And I think you're going to end up seeing outliers, like a tournament like Ed Loughran just won. You got to see a little bit of that with Cliff Prince earlier this year.
Sure.
You're going to see outlier events where some dudes just left alone while everybody's out doing this. I think you'll actually see that more and more and more as the years go on.
Again, Chris Johnston, Justin Hamner, the two at the top of the list. Hamner with the 13-point lead ahead of Johnston for Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year. What a year it has been for Justin Hamner. Out there now, sitting in our top 10, 7th place unofficially. Let's take you back. The Grand Lake of the Cherokees in March.
And that was one of those classics. It's funny is we get to interview all the leaders and blah, blah, blah after day one. You kind of knew he was going to be standing there near the end of that event, said, I don't have a lack of areas and I'm catching them my way. We've known Justin Hamner very good with his technology, but really, really got traction as the year went on. After winning that classic, just making calculated gambles that paid off.
including that 11-pounder there on Lake Fork. That'll pep you up a little bit for sure. Finishes up in 3rd place. What a great start to his season. Wow. Wheeler Lake, top 10 there as well.
And he went against the grain there when a lot of people thought the Decatur Flats, which is where it was won, he went to the Gunnersville Dam.
You know, and what's kind of interesting about Justin Hamner, caught a lot of fish in this tournament on a big spoon, said that was actually one of the key events where he thought he was going to excel doing something different. Is his roommate, Patrick Walters, has got a lot of attention as the dude. They share a lot of stuff.
Justifiably.
And one thing Patrick has said is, hey man, Justin Hamner, I don't know when it's going to happen, but you will see him climb up the leaderboard. 2024, definitely. Patrick Walters was correct. Justin Hamner with an enormous season on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Take that list one more back to the last one here, right here, last year. Top 10, 8th place for Justin Hamner. And no looking back since then. See him in our top 10. Got 4 fish or 5 fish?
4.
4 fish, Justin Hamner. Sitting there good. He'll want to upgrade from that, but we see him in there. We see a few of our overachievers from Champlain last week. Caleb Sumrall and Seth Fider in that top 10 as well. And just outside, Will Davis. Count him in there too. And down below, we got some more. Interesting developments out there. That big race we're watching is Justin Hamner's hold and serve, as you would say, Mark Zona for right now. Back in the Bassmaster studio, sponsored by Marathon. And let's bring in our buddy, Davey Height. And Davey's been a traveling man. He's been all over the place, was here last week. We had to go extra long for an extra day. But you found your way there, Davey, and what are you seeing today?
Well, I'm seeing a beautiful river and a beautiful lake. It is great to be up here this time of the year. A lot of history with the Bassmaster Tournament Trail up here, but I've been able to listen to you guys a little bit and certainly have been talking about how things have changed in the last, 30 years or so, coming up to the Thousand Islands area, fishing Lake Ontario some, and the St. Lawrence River.
Davey, one of the things that I was just talking about is, and we definitely starting to see this a little bit throughout the country, from places all the way from Mille Lacs to St. Clair, seeing it transpire a little bit here, the effects of pressure with forward-facing sonar. And you know, if we would have come here 2 years ago, 3 years ago, you're looking at guys that are running out to the lake, even if they only have 2 or 3 hours to fish, they're going to catch 20 to 30 bass. Starting to see a little bit different face this time around, where actually a lot of the anglers were actually telling us the truth of really how hard it is out on the lake this time around.
Yeah, it's definitely gotten tougher to get those fish to bite. They've gotten more pressure. Z, you remember back in the day coming here, I mean, if you were able to go out to, Duck or Galoo or, there's a handful of places over to Henderson, I mean, that was an unusual event that you were able to get out there for one day, and that's when we launched in the Clayton area. But now it really amazed me talking to some anglers this morning. 3/4 of the guys I talked to just like, I'm all in going to the lake, and that's an 84-mile run from right here to the mouth of the lake, and that just gets you started. And there's just so many factors, but the big deal is you don't pull up and waste a lot of time. You see them if they're there. You fish for them. The thing that has changed us in the last few years, just like you're mentioning, they're a lot harder to catch. It hasn't been that many years ago. 10 years ago, if you saw one on your graph, even straight on their boat on 2D, 90% chance you're going to get that fish to bite. Now it has definitely changed. So we'll see how the day unfolds for some of these anglers to get out there and see fish, and it's hard not to want to go and fish for those 4, 5, and 6 pound smallmouth. But with limited time, will you be able to get 5 or 6 of those to bite? And that's really all it takes. If you can put that many fish in the boat, you can have 20 pounds. But it's a lot easier said than done when you add that 80-mile run from here to the mouth of the lake.
Davey, one of the things that we've always seen as a factor on this end of Lake Ontario, compared to a lot of the other Great Lakes, is consistency up shallow. Using your eyes, even though they're not spawning, Consistency up shallow, yet we really have not seen anybody do that in this. Did you talk to any anglers that are making that run out to the lake that are eye spying them at all?
I haven't, see, and I just really think that's back to what we're talking about, the size of the fish that you have to make a top 10 here, to have a chance to win here. You can go shallow, and sure, you can catch a 6-pounder shallow today. It can happen. But those fish that live shallow seem to be a lot more of the 3 and 4 pound fish. And quite honestly, a lot of 3 and 4 pound fish are not going to do you a whole lot of good here this week. So I think there's still some fish shallow, even though it's kind of the wrong time of year. A little earlier or a little later would be better for some more shallow fish. But I really think so many guys realize I have to fish for those 5 and 6 pounders. And we haven't seen that until the last few years.
Davey, thank you so much. Glad you made it there. We look for more from our colleague Davey Hyde as the tournament winds on. We got 2 days of good weather and 2 days of a little bit more challenging. You're just joining with us on the horizon there for Saturday and Championship Sunday. Oh, and here's Jacob Fouts
in AOI.
A little bit of a bouncier, but definitely doable situation here.
He has made him a run into the lake.
We'd say it was a substantial run if we were out of Clayton.
Yes. Yes. It doesn't work out there. He said he was all in. Says not as easy out at this island as it was in years past.
It's the smallest one swimming around out here.
I'm just going to go ahead and say it already, Tommy. We got nice weather, so it's probably the best that they're going to get. But kudos to our 10 camera folks and our 6 camera folks over the next couple days.
We didn't thank them enough last week. They did a great job.
It's going to be.
Oh my God.
Absolutely.
You're going to be riding and rodeoing. They may have less time on their shoulder with a camera, but they got to endure a whole lot to get out there.
Yeah, I don't know if the same cameraman's with Chris Johnson this week as was last week, but he will have earned his money for 2 weeks there. Chris Johnston just sought out the heaviest water, the heaviest weather out there on Champlain. Almost got it done, just an ounce shy.
Oh my gosh. I didn't think he had it. Just a 5-pounder. I had him the whole time. You can't feel in 50 foot of water with a bow in your line. Hate to say that. Makes me sound like a rookie. Gah! That was a giant. Here he comes again. Let's see if we can get him to play again. He got smart. Dude. That's sickening. You don't catch them out here under 4. Like, it's definitely 4-pounder.
We still have JT Tomkins with no fish?
I don't even know where I'm at. My map shows I'm going like out right, and I'm trying.
I don't think
left.
we've seen him land one. We saw him jump that one off, but we haven't gone to him. And we have service. We've seen him.
That's surprising. Very surprising. Trey McKinney fired up the old sonar after a while, and he's looking at him again. But we'll see how it develops out there. So much more action to come.
It sucks you back in, Tommy.
Yeah, that's right. It's a magnet. Humminbird Bassmaster Elite. There we are in the St. Lawrence River, and this guy
Titan. Hey, big rig.
Fighting that current with the big rig out there. The current here is off the chain.
Titan.
You have never seen it. It is unbelievable, especially when the lake next down to the St. Lawrence River. It is massive amount of
Tommy.
current.
They don't know.
They don't know.
They don't know.
They don't know. People don't do their research on this. Trey McKinney and Yeah.
Trey's not going to give way to that rig.
He's going to stay on his drift now. He's not going to lose his place. Doing good up there in third place right now.
Big morning.
Yeah, big morning so far. We've seen a lot. The top 10's very interesting. Got a lot of veterans up in that top 10. Guys like Keith Combs, Mark Menendez, Cliff Prince. Already won this year. Sitting there in 5th place, 6th place now as it stands. There's Trey. The foreground is. Big rig moves on and on and on. There's, Trey. That was a look for JT. JT's boat, yeah.
One thing we've talked about, when those boats go by, they create a different current push, and we've seen
Don't see that every day.
throughout the years a lot of fish catches when those barges come through.
Trey McKinney with a couple of 5-pounders in the boat, so that's
all good.
Yeah, all good. Still one to a limit. One left to a limit.
Fair to say, first day of an Elite Series tournament here with prime conditions, the least fish catches we have had in many years.
Really?
Wouldn't you think on camera at least?
Yeah. Looking at Chris Johnston.
Well, seeing the way they behaved at Jay Shakurit's Bay, I mean, we watched him for 2.5 minutes.
Him and Johnston, the same problem. Couldn't get him to bottom. Yeah. See him down there on the bottom.
Could it be too nice? Do we need it to be nasty?
Jay's going to throw it back in our face right now. Jay Shakira.
Hey, do it. We're with our top 6 in points in the boat all day today.
As we embark on NFL season, Ronnie talking trash about the Cardinals. Jay Shakira is a huge Bears fan, and he is in heaven right now.
I'm not talking trash.
So you know. That's right.
I am a Cardinals fan.
Not a Green Bay, but a Bears fan.
He's a big Bears fan.
How about that?
We had a long talk yesterday
trash to Jay.
Not a big one for Jay Shakira. Seeing one slung over the side right there.
I don't know if we've seen one in his area that small get caught on camera, or where Jacob Fouts caught his small one earlier. I don't know if we've seen one that size in those regions.
If you're just joining us, of course, Justin Hamner, classic champ, trying to win that, and Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year. So far today, we've got him tracking in 10th place, so getting the job done. But a long way to go for this one, because of the threat posed by this man right here, just based on his record on this body of water, Chris Johnston of Ontario, Canada.
Little guy. Right now, I'll take him. That was number 2. Number 2. We're not gonna stay
Was
here
that
too
bass
much
on a
longer.
tube? I remember those days out there.
That was the deal, wasn't it?
Back in '94.
Two and a half.
Tommy, Kyle, and I were talking about it, the dominance of Chris Johnston, and 20 out of 20 days in the top 10, 15 out of 20 in the top 3. This is the week he's needed it. He's done it in past years where Seth Feider wins AOY and Seth just has to make the cut and he beats Chris. This is a chance where if Chris does what he does and gets in the top 10, he would have a shot, but We said all streaks come to an end, and it's like the guy we said last week talking about free throw.
Hey, let's not go there.
No, I'm just saying that
yet.
this is the week he actually needs it. Those other weeks that, he might not have been in the AOI race, he actually needs it this week. So it's just so odd to see him put those two fish in the live well this early.
He will gain a significant advantage when the wind starts blowing out here.
I would think.
Over the rest of the field.
I agree with that. He did yesterday. He had concern, and he'll sandbag quite a bit. But you could tell yesterday his practice and what he had seen was not what he usually sees out here.
Coming off a fantastic season, only one cut missed this year, and that was only 57th place. 7 positions out at Wheeler Lake.
Just chased my tube up. I think he just had it. Got him. Little guy. These ones are being too hard to catch and they're not the right size, so after this one we're gonna leave.
That's awesome.
Not going to stick around for that.
Not going to hang around for that stuff.
That stuff. No,
sir.
No appeal for the man right now. Let's get back to Trey McKinney. Started out without using his forward-facing sonar. Said, I'm not going to today. I'm just going to do this drifting thing.
Pulling the trolling motor while slinging the fish in. I like that.
You're bound to leave.
I am done with this place.
No respect.
Well, at the moment, we're looking for something that's really deep. I lost one earlier that was, they're so deep and it's so much current. Once you get your bait down there, you literally can't feel it. And I saw him come up, but I couldn't see my bait, and I saw him turn away, and I started shaking harder, and he was on there. And I just didn't get a good hook in him. But you don't see many out here, but it seems like they're more willing to do something if you can hit one. Like right now, I'm trying to catch one out of 52, 53. One back here is probably 55. I've never caught deepest fish. Caught my deepest fish ever yesterday. Just seems like they're willing to do more. If it's natural, you let your bait come over them real slow and they'll just come up and barely grab it. They don't thump it, nothing. Just barely grab it. Plan today, I mean, I don't want to risk it too much. If we get 24 pounds, 25, I'm gonna probably head back to the ramp. Or actually, I either do that or start practicing, because I don't have anything. Like, literally, I spent half a day yesterday in the lake, and half a day, so basically I got half a day of practice in the river, and this place is so big. Like, no matter how much fishing you can do, there's no way you can fish at all.
Well, let's pause here.
Whoa!
It's still on that boat there. That drone is flying a long time.
Elgo Titan.
Northland Daily Trivia. How about a little of that right now to get our morning going here? Which angler won the Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year by the largest margin? Was it Drew Cook? Back about 5 years ago. Was it Drew Benton? About 7 years ago, or 8 years ago. Was it Jay Shakurat 2 years ago? Or Jacob Porosnik? I don't remember what year that was. So think about that. We'll take ourselves a break here and come back to the St. Lawrence River and pay it off. Humminbird Bassmaster Elite, the vastness of Lake Ontario. Great big river, too, the St. Lawrence River. Huge, wide, lots of current. Big day of fishing here. Important day for sure as we get down to the last 4 days of the season. But we pause now to answer our Northland Daily Trivia. Which one of these anglers won Rookie of the Year by the largest margin?
Tommy, I have to say,
okay,
this is one of the harder ones that we have had.
Yeah,
I'm going to actually go off total chiselweed, and I'm going Jacob Porosnik.
Jacob Porosnik, okay. I'm going to say Jay Shakurat.
I think I'm going with Drew Benton.
Okay.
Good call, Ronnie.
Hey. Over Adrian Levine.
136 points.
Shakurat ran away from Cody Huff by 92 points. Porosnik won by 84. Cook was only 49 over Lee Livesey.
You planted a couple of little blowouts in there,
I guess
didn't
he
you?
did, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
Right,
Hey, we got a blowout in there.
I think after Porosnik, we had one more not so rookie that we had to change it and say you can't be a millionaire and do this. You have to be a
That was a tight race,
actual
though.
rookie.
That was within 20 points, I believe.
That's because there was 3 other non-rookies with Porosnik that year.
Hey, Caleb Summerall has taken over the lead. Don't have Justin Hamner on camera, but he is now, with 19 pounds, 6 ounces, second place.
Oh, wow.
Fouts,
Plot
who was in
twist right
5th
there
place,
from what we
had got
started
within
today.
10 points.
Gotcha. Be a big one. Come on, this could be a better one. Only took 10 minutes to get it to bite. It's got some shoulders.
12 minutes ago, he made a move to get to this place.
He was disgusted. He was appalled with those 2 to 3 pounders.
Biting and stuff.
You can see that one's acting a lot different.
Don't look that big, actually. Not as big as I thought. Don't even think it's a 4-pounder. It's not a giant. It's not a giant. Let's weigh him just to see. I'll take 3 more of those right now, and then we can go looking.
Wow.
So we don't have a ton of time. It's a 4.
That one moves Chris Johnston up into the top 20 for now.
What's going on?
Oh, yeah. Kenny's got some sort of
on here.
Yeah, control or situation.
That's what current does. Ah, I can't get it out of my prop today. Hopefully it won't eat anything up. This is impressive. Just gonna have to roll like that.
A lot of viewers watching right now that's happened to, Thomas.
Hello. Yeah.
Well, do a little swapping. I was wondering, I was like, my bait is coming up. It's not going down. Wash it right into the trolling motor.
Wait, whoa! What's going on in there?
We got some apple bottom jeans going on.
Wait a minute. Where's Davey Hare? Where's Davey
going on here?
Whoa! Tommy knows boots with the fur.
Old
Let's
stuff there,
go.
Ronnie. Come on. You're showing your age knowing that.
God.
Hey, that's a high school. That was a high school
That was your
basketball
high
warm-up.
school,
Come on now.
spotlight dance, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was at the freshman dance, actually. 6 inches, the chaperone said. Gotta keep it 6 inches.
I would
apart.
not have coined Trey McKinney for apple bottom jeans.
No,
cranking
not
in his
really.
boat.
No,
would not
just
have.
not just based on age.
No, sir.
Funny.
Tropic Thunder.
It was real
Just
trendy when he
swap
was 4 years old.
Wow.
Keith Combs back in the lead with 20 pounds, 8 ounces. Fine for that winning in provision at the St. Lawrence here. Get to the Classic.
He used to make a
Yeah.
high clip of top 10s here.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Oh my, and now Caleb Summerall just regained the lead with 22 pounds even, catching 2 4-pounders in the last 10 minutes.
So, Tommy, we were talking about, Hamner and Shakira double qualifying and bumping that Classic spot to
Yes.
42. The winner of this event makes the Classic, so someone like Caleb Summerall, who is in, if they were to win this event, it would double qualify them and bump them down. There are some guys who are in the 50 Such that if they win this event, they get enough points to qualify, and they would go from being out, Tommy, to double qualifying on the same day.
That's weird, isn't it?
So it probably will go to 43 this week for sure.
Guy like Seth Feider's 13th right now. His updated AOY is 39th. 3 events ago, he was 90th in AOY. Had a couple 20-place finishes. He started this week 53rd. So that's a pretty good jump.
Really?
What?
How
Somebody
many?
say they had 3 largemouths.
Somebody's talking to Trey. We're looking at Chris and JT, but we're hearing a conversation between Trey and somebody else who has 3 largemouth. Somebody does.
Boy, this is going to be about the
Are you kidding me?
time of day for JT Tomkins.
Couple right here.
You start to hear those voices.
That's
Said he had
It's like 3 of them.
on the Canadian side of the river,
Oh
just
my God,
around the
they're
island
giants.
that he's fishing right here. He had multiple other schools that he was going to save for when the
There's like 5.
wind started to shift on potentially Saturday into Sunday. This has not
Look at the size of them.
gone according to plan for JT Tomkins at all.
You can see them all.
And with him finishing 8th place in the Open last year here,
big ones.
starting with 23 pounds on day one, you figure he would, pick up right where he left off.
I think we've seen that same spot, Z. You said it, obviously it's a very popular spot that Trey and JT and others started on this morning.
Several times.
But we saw a few elites ago. I think it was Garrett Paquette, Greg DePalma, Clifford Perch.
You're exactly right.
Only one of the three really caught him on camera, you know, and we were watching it. And so that doesn't shock me. Same thing with Chris Zaldane last week in the gut, like dominating everyone else. Like it's just, you get that lineup sometimes, and it doesn't matter if you're right beside of them.
See one right there. Black one. That's the right one. That's a 5-pounder, I think. He might not be 5, but we need him. Oh, that's a little football. Sorry about your drink, Brian. He had a lot of friends. That's what we're after. He's not 5, but 2.
A little more sense of urgency in that boat.
Yeah. 4, 5. All right, let's get his friends.
Especially because 4 of those he doesn't want to keep. Yeah, I don't even know if he wants to keep that one, but right now that's the best one.
He doesn't, trust me. No,
that's not the.
He does not.
Well, that's a limit for him. I was going to put him in close to the top 10.
4
Pretty quick
and a quarter. He's not as big as I thought. 4 and a quarter. I'll weigh them once we get 5 big ones.
I'll weigh them as soon as I get 5 big ones. Hold up.
Chris Johnson starting to gain some purchase there, make a little headway, as they say. Let's get back here.
Let's head over to the rookie slumber party that's going on over with Trey McKinney. Right next.
Robert G.
Robert G.
From Trey's boat. Fun spending the week with Robert G, and we did last week. I mean, we were on him for the longest time.
I texted him that night afterwards and said, "Great week, Rob G," and he said, absolutely way worse than losing Smith Lake. You know, getting second place there, losing by 3 ounces and getting third. Like, he thought he had it won as well.
Chris Johnson bumped into 9th place with that last fish.
Giving Knuckles, that is a good one right there.
Handful.
That is.
Well, that again from Trey McKinney's boat. Trey McKinney, the guy we went out to first, and
not many more
listen
left
up.
for the season, but I know what it means. Powerful replay of the day. Self-proclaimed non-smallmouth hammer, Trey McKinney, early, often this morning. Starting off on what he calls a community hole, an area that we have covered in years past. One of the biggest keys, watching him dead stick his bait in that current, letting that current just gently flush that drop shot downriver. Good morning for Trey McKinney. Getting it done in front of his roommate, JT Tomkins. Only with, I believe, 4 bass right now?
Yeah.
4 bass. But they are good ones. Got him creeping right around, creeping it real at 18 pounds.
Oh my goodness.
Almost look like clones. Built very, very solid. Call it 27 out to 35 feet of water.
Okay.
Little Main River point, Main River ledge. Right off the shipping channel. Powerful replay of the day. Rookie, Trey McKinney.
Impressive start to his day, start to his tournament. Very important one for him. He can notch Rookie of the Year here. be in the conversation for Angler of the Year. Caleb Sumrall, the man on top. Keith Combs, the veteran, right below him. And Justin Hamner, your classic champ, in third.
Hey guys, Justin Hamner, Bassmaster Elite Series Pro. We're out here on the St. Lawrence River, smallmouth heaven. And this right here, this is the flat-sided shad by NetBait. Has the bait fuel already infused. It's the perfect little goby imitation. It's such a natural presentation. You know, this week there's 3 different sizes: the 5.5, 4.5, and 3.5. This week's probably gonna be a lot of the 3.5 and 4.5. Just our standard green pumpkin, got some goby colors. It's just a little chicken nugget for smallmouth. Like, you put this thing on a drop shot, it gets bit. They can't stand it. That bait fuel just oozing out of it. Smallmouth, love them.
As Pro Shop's top lures and Justin Hamner, reigning classic champ, world champ, explaining what's getting the job done for him. Here in the Humminbird Bassmaster Elite at the St. Lawrence River in day 1, doing the job pretty well. Justin Hamner sitting there in third place as we get into the 4th hour, well into the 4th hour of fishing here on this day.
Where it does kind of seem like 20 pounds is going to mean something today.
Yes, might be a little bit more weight to 20 pounds as far as the outcome goes. There's where Justin Hamner is camped out. Very hard for us to get a signal from him in this area. When we up here against Canada and the U.S., it's real dicey sometimes in certain places.
We need the wind to blow with different directions.
Sketchville Island. Now, the opportunity he's got to join, boy, a couple of the big ones in the sport for sure. Only 2 have done it so far. One classic and AOY in the same year. Mark Davis, of course, and Kevin Van Dam did it twice. Justin Hamner, though, has got a definite possibility. He's getting the job done on this day. Can he keep it up?
That's her. That's her. Stay on, girl. Stay on.
It's one of the highlights from his season here. Lake Fork, second event of the year. Justin Hamner who started solid, top 20 finish. Toledo Bend the week before, got into this one.
Oh my gosh. Oh my God. Come on, dude.
Wow.
That's the biggest bass of my life. Oh my gosh. I can't breathe. Oh my God. Let's go. Woo! Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord.
11 pounds, 7 ounces.
Woo! 11-7 of Lake Fork. Me. Come on, son.
Tommy, imagine being Tyler Rivette and catching a 10-12 30 minutes prior to this, thinking you have the big bass of the tournament, that you have one of the biggest bass of live, and then Justin Hamner, an 11-7, the biggest bass we've seen on Bassmaster Live. Not quite in the top 10 biggest bass of B.A.S.S all time, but one of the best ones we have seen. And Lake Fork put out giant weights, threatened the all-time record. Multiple anglers got into the top 10 of the all-time weights ever at that event. Wanted to bring into the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge to talk about Justin Hamner just a little bit more. We're hoping to see his camera footage from this morning and how he has built a solid limit so far. But his magic number, they have it in baseball to clinch the playoffs, other sports as well, to clinch Angler of the Year, and it doesn't matter what anyone else does in the field. 13th place is what Justin Hamner needs. 13th place, and it is his. Anything better than that, he wins Angler of the Year. 14th, there's some math that has to be made. If he finishes 14th, Chris Johnston would have to win. They would be tied, and most likely Chris Johnston would hold on to the tiebreaker lead, which he currently holds. Other factors, if he falls outside the top 20, that brings Jacob Fouts into the possibility. If Fouts wins the event or gets in the top 2, things like that. So the higher Hamner finishes each day of this tournament, tournament, the more likely he is closing the door on a lot of his competitors. Meanwhile, we look at the Classic projected number. 495 points coming into this event was 42nd place. That's what the projection was. That's not quite what Alex Wetherell has, but on average through 8 events, about 55 points per event will get you to that Classic mark, and if not, you might be the first one out or you might be the second one in, but you'll be right there in the Classic at 495. That is roughly a 47th place finish. So for Alex Wetherell to eclipse this mark, you'd expect him make the cut and you are in the Classic. Anyone below that, the 50s, 60s in points, you need a top 10 or top 20. I think I said, Such, where Seth Feider started the week in the mid-50s of AOI, he needs 92 points, which would mean top 10 or bust to get to that projected point total.
6 stats, Ron. 6 stats. Trey McKinney, Bassmaster Live.
Come on, man. Usually I always hit the jig. Always. I might not get it, but usually I always do.
Is it a timing thing?
Might be the first jig smallmouth catch we've seen on Bassmaster Live on the St. Lawrence River.
Wow. Oh. Tube, jig. I mean, what? Come on. What's going on here?
What is happening? We might see one on a hell bender later.
They're usually big on a jig. Don't pull off. Oh yeah. Small one, really. Hey Tyler, jig bass. I don't know, 4.
He's talking to Tyler Williams, the jig guy.
It's just a whole trenasse of them.
A rookie trenasse.
Yeah,
You're right.
Rookie trenasse on the face of that island today.
Smallest one today.
It's 5.
Right here.
That's the limit for Trey McKinney.
You're looking at the new leader. He just took over the lead.
Day, but that is absolutely going to put him well over 20 pounds. And of the anglers we have on camera, first one over 20 pounds that we've got to see so far. Solid morning, kind of dead sticking, letting the current flush his drop shot, backing it up with a solid jig bite here. Last couple minutes. Mercury move of the day. Trey McKinney, 22 pounds and 5 ounces unofficially. For not being a smallmouth stick, he's
yeah, man, that's a great start for
pretty good at smallmouth.
For a non-smallmouth preference guy. Good stuff for Trey McKinney. You're right too. He was the first to 20 among our anglers out there today that we are watching.
Wow.
Caleb Sumrall, Keith Combs, backing that up. Justin Hamner hanging in there. That ascent by Trey McKinney dropped him down from 3rd to 4th. Cherry Fouts Menendez, Scott Canterbury, Chris Johnston into the top 10, and Cliff Prince won earlier this year. The Humminbird Bassmaster Elite at the St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Minn Kota, by Bass Pro Shops, and by Skeeter Boats. We got cameras in 6 boats. The top 6
Talking about cameras, did you get your Moultrie cameras out, Tommy?
Not yet,
Getting
no.
Fired up this time of year.
Oh, they'll be blasting.
Still 900 degree. It
doesn't ever matter.
Trey McKinney, we're in the boat with him all day. He's one of our top 6 to start this day. Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points. He has found his way at the top when he, the rookie Trenos. No, I didn't know that was a feature. That's
hey, listen,
a feature.
Listen, these rookies kind of fish. I mean, I don't want to, I'm going to throw shade. Let me do it. Listen, in the walleye world, a lot of the walleye fishermen like to fish near each other. It's eerily similar to the group of rookies we have. I mean, they got tunes playing, apple bottom jeans,
oh my
folks
gosh,
with the
yeah.
furs.
It's like the Fox River there at Green Bay. From Trey McKinney's boat, here's Robert G.
There's a
the
rookie in an aluminum boat back there.
Oh my gosh. Saw him catch a good one, boat to boat, just about 30 minutes ago. Let's see if we can land another giant.
Put that in as a 5-pounder.
Putting the bear hug on it. Let's see if he does a belly pat with people
without the prompting.
A video camera in the boat. Can't really hear him. Talking to Trey there.
Nope, he's not going to do it, Tommy. He didn't do it. No belly pat.
Got to be 5 to get a belly pat. That one went in as 411 for Robert G. So got to be 5.
That is a good boy.
4th fish, got him in 12th place. Justin Hamner called about 1.25 pounds. He's over 20 pounds, 10 ounces right now.
He's done his job today, looks like.
Yeah, so far. So we get very near the midway point in the fishing day here. We are well into the 4th hour of fishing. Let's get out to JT Tomkins, who has had a uncharacteristically slow start, but he's hooked up.
Yeah,
the only move. This is a big move.
Only one in the Trenos that hadn't caught one, and he needed to get out of there.
Slinked around to the Canadian side where he had some really big fish that he was hoping to save until day 2.
Tire yourself out. Come on. Whoa, 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 whoa. Don't come up too fast. You chill. There's fish number 1. Only took us 5 times as long as it should have. I've lost multiple of these. It's a solid one.
Well, that is an old country plunking, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I don't think he'll make 5, though. What do you say?
They're going to be real close. 4 9er.
All right. 4 3/4.
Yeah, pretty close.
Almost 5. We're gonna fizz him actually. He come in pretty deep. Put him on my little FXR spot to keep the slime on.
Barb Elliott, Gene Gilliland doing the conservation.
Masterful work as always.
Fizz training this week.
Yeah.
I think he was even open to the public if anybody who was slinking around wanted to know.
No excuse to not know how to fizz, right?
No,
not at all.
Just like that. She's ready.
It's optional for most, but actually mandatory for the rookies because they have not been up here to get that training.
Give her some water.
All right, JT Tomkins maybe getting off the schneid for sure, maybe starting a little run here. We will be able to hang out and see. I didn't know that was a map feature.
That makes absolutely zero sense, yet all the sense in the world here on the final event of the year.
Final, yeah. It's got that feel to it, doesn't it? Now it's even a bug on the screen. All right.
Fine.
It's a baby. I was gonna boat flip it, but
that will not be hell for Trey McKinney.
Yeah.
5-ounce lead over Caleb Sumrall. Caleb Sumrall had a good tournament at Champlain last week.
Did.
Seeing a couple. I thought I was about to have one. There's one right there. Gotta figure out what exactly is gonna work best here.
Takumi Ito up to 5th place, 18.5 pounds. Probably the most played fantasy player this week. 55%, I believe, Ronnie.
He was the most.
I think he was. Ito.
Who was that again?
Ito.
You can see
I think he had the highest percentage of people using him this week.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, he
his
was
bucket, yeah.
Yeah, because in his bucket specifically, but like Chris and Corey hurt each other in bucket A. They
that's right.
So he's, because he's not in their bucket, yeah.
And Shakir it in that bucket A.
Come on. Literally just takes 2 or 3 of these ones to bite. Because they're giants.
Really, Chris Johnston, the area he's fishing, there has only been one other angler in the vicinity, and that's Greg Hackney.
Hackney has 1 fish on Bass Track.
Wow.
Same with Brandon Polinick. They're the last 2 guys
It's hard
with
to believe
fish
those 2
on Bass Track. Hey, how about John Garrett, a 5.5 pounder?
Come on.
He still said, I can win Rookie of the Year. So I still have a mission to do that this year. So
he's 12 out of JT Tomkins.
And that's
11 back of McKinney. So
15th versus 27th, and those are both great finishes, and you can still not get your job done by getting a mid-20s finish this week.
Wesley Gore's in that mix too. He only started 13 back of JT starting the day.
We got 1, 2, 3, and 4 in our Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year race in the top 12 right now.
Just don't know if
That's
they're gonna eat it.
That's the real-time updated, transient.
And Fouts just caught a 3 1/4 to get to 19 pounds even, fifth place right now. Right behind Hamner.
Some guys like Combs and Cherry and Menendez and De Palma are river guys. They did not go to the lake or have not made it to the lake, but you start to see some other guys who are fishing in the lake finally
Catching back up.
in. Yeah.
De Palma really needing to make that first cut. I mean, to look solid for the Classic. I mean, it's just, he can't have a bad first or second day.
No, with the to get 55 points to get that projected number for the Classic line, they're getting a 47th. So if you're 10 points back from that, you probably need a top 40. If you're 20 points, you need a top 20. So with him starting the day 30 points back, he's probably going to have to get a top 20 or bust if everyone catches him.
Yeah. 3 of them down there.
A lot less attention in Prince Edward Bay, where we saw a lot of dominant performances last year. Kawelcha.
Nobody there?
I mean, there's a couple boats, but definitely not as much attention this time around as we got to see.
Walters.
Yep.
Welcher.
Oh, I gotta fizz that one. Yeah. Just hit me.
Jonathan Kelly just jumped into a tie with Fouts in 5th with 19 even. Catching his limit fish, I believe, or a cull of 4-4.
Wish I could bring you more of Fouts and Hamner,
Yes,
but they've
kinda
just
out in the-
remote places where we can't reach out and touch them with the phone system. And the phone systems are kind of tricky up here with America and Canada bouncing back and forth.
I don't know if we need to blow south wind to blow the U.S. service up there, if we need to blow north wind. I don't know.
I don't either.
There's probably a map for that somewhere.
This is crazy. Taking a look at Justin Hamner right here, doing a lot of his damage. Northeast side of Lake Ontario. General vicinity of where we've seen a lot of damage in years past, last year. You can see he definitely said he was concentrating a lot shallower than usual, felt that these fish were in between, as we said earlier in our broadcast, fishing really from about, call it 10 out to 22 to 25 feet of water. Most of his work throughout practice he felt was going to be a drop shot and a Ned rig. Look at Angler of the Year leader, Justin Hamner.
28th last week at Champlain. That's one of his higher finishes for the year, and he only missed one cut along the way, and he was just 5 spots out in that cut. That's why he's having such a great season, why we are trying to watch him as closely as we can. We've got some others in pursuit there, Jacob Fouts being among them. He and Hamner the hardest for us to get pictures of today. But Chris Johnston turning things around from his slow start the first couple hours of the day.
Pretty important afternoon for Chris Johnston.
Yeah. He can do a lot of important damage out there this afternoon. Yes, the wizardry might show up. We've got some live coverage coming up here on Live Mix, Bassmaster.com. Dave and Davey back together again for on-location coverage at 12 Eastern Time here on Bassmaster.com. We'll take it back over, at 1 o'clock. Take you to 3 o'clock Eastern Time, weigh-in start, which will also be here on Bassmaster.com. Another look at it, Trey McKinney on top. Caleb Summerall, 2 good tournaments in a row.
It's an AOY leaderboard. Trey,
really
Hamner, Fouts in the top 5.
It's yeah.
Wow. Razor
a good point.
edge.
Sometimes that happens. Jake Whitaker hanging in there in the top 10. He went in there early today. The full coverage going to continue 12 p.m. Eastern Time on Bassmaster.com. Check out Dave and Davey will be coming your way.
All right, let's go. Make one more cast. All right, let's go.
Big old rock. Might be one on it. There you go. Apparently they're all over there. What's that? One scurried across the bottom, I think. Oh, there's one. Two of them now. One looked at it and didn't eat it.
We're gonna roll. Yeah, they jump like they're freaking astronauts. trying to go to space. Gotcha. Gosh, we would have had that 5-pounder from this morning. I wouldn't be as stressed.
Yeah, that was a good one too, dude.
Big.
Are you using kind of a heavy head to get it down there fast?
Yeah,
it
makes it easy to throw.
But you got to get it down there to him.
Yep, throwing a 3/8 is what I'm throwing. I really haven't lost any on it. I was pretty blown away when I did lose it. All right, let's go. I'm literally gonna pitch right there. That's it.
Good. Well, that didn't work very well. Little guy. Just a baby. Not the one we're after. I don't even know if he'll help. Little guy.
No. Yeah, I knew it, you sucker. Don't do it again. Or do it again, that's cool too, whatever. Or float your boat. That's a big one. Here we go. One at a time. Come on, B5. Oh, yeah. Gosh dang it, cut off. Quit. $5.8. Another 5.5. Actually, I need to fizz him real quick. Quit. Two more. Yep. That's the thing about where I'm at and what I'm doing. I could go catch 4-pounders and get a limit. That's not in my blood. I want to win. That's all I care about right now, is to win. Okay, let's cut and retie. Make sure we don't screw up and break one off, because that's just silly. I gotcha. So, yep, so right now, throwing a drop shot with like a finesse straight shank hook. And it's like basically like a baby flipping hook with a weed guard. And I'm just rigging that with a 1/2 ounce weight, and that's kind of what I've been throwing. And 90% of the time I'm throwing a shad-shaped swimmer. It's actually a new bait from Yamamoto. It's the shad-shaped worm, and they put like a little baby boot tail on it. And it's one of my favorite new baits, because when you're in this current like I am, staying in the river, that tail down there just kicking. It's just, you don't really want to shake your line, because then you end up moving your bait down the current, trying to give it action. But if you have a boot tail down there shaking around, you don't have to apply action with your line and move your bait away from the fish. And that was what really helped with that last one, was I got it on that rock where I saw them fish at, and I just left it there. And if you leave it in front of like 4 big angry smallmouth long enough, one of them's going to get angry enough to eat. And that's kind of what we're doing. And this morning didn't go nearly the way I planned it. Lost a big one, had a bunch of bites and just didn't capitalize. But I know I'm around the right one, so I just need 5 bites. I don't mind playing the long game and doing that. But that's the nice thing. I have confidence that when I do get bit, they are big. So That's the bonus. Very rarely am I going to catch one under 5 out here, doing what I'm doing. Moto shadow shape swimmer. It's kind of a hard thing to say. So many S's. I slurred every time. Golly, dude. This is terrible. I give up. Like 5 different ones come up.
If I get it in front of enough, I'll get a bite. All year. That's the only thing that makes them like actually somewhat catchable is that they get real, real cold. If it wasn't for that, I mean, you should see like groups of them just bang, another one come up the bottom, bang, another one come up the bottom, bang, like just eat it. I'm talking about the littlest Damiki you can throw. The other thing is I know they're big because I can see them. I caught 2 fish out here and both of them were 5-pounders. What time is it?
You're watching a B.A.S.S. presentation.
Welcome into On Location coverage. The shores of Waddington, New York. That's where we're hanging out, and our aquatic playground this week. That's exactly the best way to explain this aquatic playground. The St. Lawrence River and Lake Ontario. What a way to finish off the 2024 Bassmaster Elite Series season. Today is the first day of the season. After this, the Elite Series will go on hiatus until next year, but everything fishing is on the line here this week. Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year, Classic for 3 qualifications, and it's all going down right there on the St. Lawrence River. For the second week in a row, we find New York our home, but this time Waddington, New York, the former record holder for the biggest crowd ever. Now that record held by Orange, Texas. But I am joined by my partner in crime and happy to have him back in my life. Bass Fishing Hall of Famer, Classic Champion, Angler of the Year, the one and only Davey Height. I have missed you.
I have missed you. It is great to be back. Honestly, I have missed you and all the folks that are on site for every event.
I believed you. You didn't have to.
But it's good to be back. It's good to be back here. And when you're able to be back on site, what better place to come back than the St. Lawrence River in Waddington, New York.
St. Lawrence River. Riddle me this. Do you get that same as soon as you look here? As soon as I get to this venue, I'm like, whoa, man. Yeah. Just St. Lawrence River just fabled in history, and not just bass fishing history, but history in general.
It really is. So many years the Bassmaster Tournament Trail has been coming here, and that's what makes it so special. You see how much better this fishery has gotten each and every year. My first trip here was like in 1993. 12 to 15 pounds a day was going to have you sitting in the top 10. It will have you sitting in the bottom 10 now. It is incredible how good this fishery has gotten over the years. Better and better.
Well, they don't have to believe us, but they will believe this. Your Yamaha midday report. Let's have a look at how some of our anglers on the water with cameras today are doing, and we will start things off with our brand new leader in Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year points. By 1 point, he took the lead at the end of last week's event. JT Tomkins.
Well, what an honor it is for any rookie to be able to be here in the Elites and have a chance to make the Classic. But this year has been all different. We have several Elite Series rookies that could win Angler of the Year. JT Tomkins certainly at the top of that list. Having a little slower start than he wanted this morning, and currently unofficially in 37th place with only 15 pounds, 9 ounces. But hey, we've seen from some of these other anglers, Trey McKinney, that he's been fishing close to a lot of the morning. You know, a 5-pounder can go a long way and change things in a hurry. But, you know, the way we came into this event with it being so close, we didn't want somebody to, like JT to jump out to a bigger lead and everybody else have a bad day. We want to see the final fish on the final day make that person the winner of the Angler of the Year for us this week.
Well, that got very, very tight. And the guy that you don't want behind you if you're leading Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year is this dude right here. Chris Johnson trying to become the first Canadian ever to win Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year.
Yeah, absolutely incredible, and I certainly don't have to say anything to you. You know how good he is, and you've kept up with him for a lot of years. But when Chris and Corey Johnson made it to the Bassmaster Elite Series, everyone knew them for being good here. But it was just like, yeah, you know, they won Canadian Opens, and they've done this and they've done that. But now he has a record, a Bassmaster Elite Series record on this fishery, and it's absolutely second to none of anybody being, you know, continuously coming. I think about the 6th time he's been here with the Bassmaster Elites, and is always in the top 10, usually in the top 3, along with the win to go with that. And that is so hard to describe to people that aren't familiar with our tournament trail. It's amazing what Chris Johnson has done.
Another difficult thing to explain is Trey McKinney, 19-year-old, youngest Elite Series champion in history, led Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year for the majority of the season. And, man, this kid is incredible.
Yeah, he absolutely is. His fishing abilities are incredible, especially to be 19. No matter what age he is, to do what he has done this year is incredible. But to be 19 years old is just about like, I was saying, Chris Johnson's record on this river. For him to do what he's done, it's hard to even imagine that it could have happened. I think even Trey would have said, yeah, I didn't even think that I could be in contention for Angler of the Year my first year. Here's the one thing, though. If you look at his entire season, and a few ups and downs, mainly ups, but I heard Zona say a little earlier on live that he talked to Trey, and what might you do next year a little differently? And he said, I need to read more. And I think we can all read into what he meant by that. But if you think about other than a couple little mistakes that he's had, this race would not be close right now. He would have a big lead in Angler of the Year and Rookie of the Year.
I had him on live with me at the last event. First time I've had him on live with me. And it was like 30 seconds before we went live, and he was late. And it was the first time in my life that I was like, that'd actually be kind of cool if he shows up late. It will make a funny joke. But a guy that continuously shows up here at Bassmaster events, whether we have a camera on him or not, is your current leader right there, Robert G. Just everybody talking about Chris Johnson being within an ounce of Ed Lochran last week. Robert G was within 3 ounces, and for the second Elite Series event in a row, it looked like Robert G got it done, and it just was ripped away from him at the last second.
Absolutely, and I don't know if I've ever said this, but for a rookie, for people to be feeling sorry for him because he's already had 2 second-place finishes, a third-place finish, or second and a third, you know, at this age and this early in his career, he will get a victory real soon, and by his start this morning, it might be here this week.
Let's get live out on the water with Jacob Fouts, a former Strike King College Bass champion.
Yeah, he's not little.
And now trying to become Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year and hooked up live. Great line he had on stage last week. He said, pressure is a privilege.
Wow. That's a positive way to look at that. Really. It really is. And
think about it. This time last year, we're still talking about him, but at the exact opposite end of the spectrum. At that time, he was trying to re-qualify and not get relegated from the elites. And a year later,
he come off, and I saw my drop shot come up off the bottom, and this one came up and grabbed it before it could ever stop sinking.
smallest fish, a 4-pounder, so he's had a good day. Going to add to it here. What you mentioned about his Elite Series career, though, a lot of people probably didn't remember this because you don't remember those things as much when somebody's struggling for their Elite Series career. And had he not had a good tournament here and the one before, Champlain in here last year, he wouldn't be here right now.
No.
And he's certainly got a legitimate chance to win Angler of the Year by the end of this week. 11 cuts in a row.
It's wild.
It's a big one.
After missing, I think, about 8 or 9 in a row, 6, whatever. It was a big swing.
Come on. I mean, a tank, son. Look at that thing. I mean, a big one.
It's more like 5 pounds than 4. Good call.
Lake Ontario is just it is Jurassic Park. I mean, they're just different. I mean, you leave Lake Champlain, which is an incredible fishery.
Yep.
And I was amazed by the amount of social media posts. Like, first thing in the morning, guys with 5 and 6, 8-pounder caught by Kyle Patrick.
Yep. Yeah, I'm along with you. I was looking at social media that day, and I mean, it wasn't even, the sun wasn't even rising yet in Arkansas where I was at that particular time, and they were already posting pictures of 5 to 8-pounders. It's incredible. They're just built different here, so many of those anglers said.
I bet it can make you fall in love with Fouts just a little bit right now. You see those shallow water anchors he's got, his power poles there?
Uh-huh.
Kind of different colors.
Yep.
You know, maybe you got them at a discount bin. No, they're his grandmother's favorite colors. That's why he runs those as a tribute to his granny.
That is awesome. That is awesome. Glad you told me that because I was wondering what was going on there. I didn't think he bought them in a bargain bin or anything, but I did not know. But that's awesome.
For whatever reason, if you can get in it, eventually you'll start seeing them and you'll catch them. I just found 2 areas that had a bunch of them, and it's worked out good so far. Yeah, that's I'm trying to be picky in the ones I throw at right now. Like the one I just caught had a friend with him, and they were both about the same size. At least it looked like on the screen. And I can generally tell you if it's a big one or if it's a 4-pounder. So, I mean, a 4-pounder is a big one, but 4-pounder is just an average one for this place. 4-pound average here might get you into the cut on Saturday. Be all over it, but
it looks like a perfect fishing day out there.
Yeah, it is, and it'll be interesting to see as the week progresses in the weather that it looks like we're going to have coming here Saturday. Things will be very different. And it's a perfect day, and you notice Jacob Fout's front of his boat is still up and down probably 2-3 feet. So
would you rather it flat calm or a little bit of a breeze?
Just as far as a good day fishing, or me personally about how I would like this tournament to unfold?
Your comfort level. I mean, but competition-wise, you think it's a better?
No, competition-wise, I would like a good day like we've got today for a couple of days, but I would like some nasty weather too. Maybe not nasty, but I'd like to see, because I think your boat driving abilities, your decision making on whether I should risk when it'll be take me a lot longer to make those runs, especially out to the islands where a fair amount of these guys are. I just like that aspect of the tournament and the 4-day event.
You like seeing them challenged?
I do.
Did you feel the same when you were a competitor?
I always like the calm days.
I had a feeling. But it is sure nice to sit back and watch them tested.
Yes, but it is. But because I was tested out there, and was it fun when it was happening? That depends on what you call fun. But it was exciting.
Tough weather, in my book, plays into him.
Yeah, 100%.
Chris Johnson. Any of the, I mean, I use the same analogy. It's like watching Lee Livesey fight an 8-pounder at fork. He's done it before.
And
these guys have done
three
this.
over 4, one about 5, but 2 3-pounders in the box right now. And seeing some fish on the live scope, cannot get them to cooperate. I got one more spot. I'm hoping to get 2 bites. We're gonna spend the last hour there. This one here is not looking promising. I really need to get rid of those 2 3s. They're killing me.
So he is literally following a bigger fish around because he knows he needs that. That's how the live scope has changed the game. But here's a couple things that I've thought about this week because of Chris and Corey. I mean, anytime you come here, you think about them. But with Chris, you know, in second place and AOY coming in here, there's a couple things that have hurt them. Coming here the number of times and people seeing where they fish and how they fish. The other thing is they are so good at seeing fish, smallmouth in this case, shallow, with just their eyes and their sunglasses, you know, with their eyes. I've been in the boat with Corey and done it with him. I've not actually physically done it in the boat, sight fishing, chasing those fish somewhat with just your eyes, with Chris as much as Corey, but they are so good at that. And now the time of year has a lot to do with it. A lot of these fish are deeper, and they're using the electronics, the live sonar to see these fish, and there's a lot of guys that are good at that. And it's the using your eye thing is like just God-given. Either you kind of got it or you don't, and there's not a whole lot. I mean, some guys are just can see a lot better underwater and see those fish. But with the electronics, you know, once you're good with it, even as your eyes, you know, even when you're not 19, if you're looking at them with electronics and understand things, it's a little bit easier, in my opinion. But one day, Chris is not, and Corey not going to dominate like they did the first few times. Every year you think, well, they've given too much stuff up, but hopefully it's not this week.
Chris Johnson says, I agree with everything you said, but I will raise you 1 5-pounder.
Yep. Couldn't happen any better. Great timing. We need to see him above 19th place after the first day.
But I know he's going to go berserk here in a second.
That's used.
Need this one.
Hamner's not going to agree with that, but I like to see the tight race.
Not fighting that hard because it lends itself to a mega.
Oh, come here, buddy.
You hear Corey or Chris say it's a good one like 4 times during a fight here on the St. Lawrence River. It's a good one.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Mega.
That's what we're after.
Put your thumb in his face. You got him.
Yeah, buddy. Smallest fish, 2.5 pounds.
All of a sudden, we're back in. I need one more.
Not anymore.
Got one more 3-pounder to get rid of.
Holy cow. Fish is 5+. Don't you agree?
It's quite bulbous. It is quite bulbous.
Get in there. One more. Thank you. Now that's an upgrade.
You know a guy that uses a balance beam? It's a guy that lost a 4-day event by 1 ounce last week.
Painful. Painful. But all that'll feel okay.
Yes.
All that will feel okay if he can check another box off in Canadian First, and there's very few of them left. Literally just Rookie of the Year. No Canadians ever won that. But Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year is yet to be won by a Canadian, and Chris Johnson would love it to be him. But remember, I mean, Justin Hamner's the only man in control of his own destiny. If Hamner finishes 13th, he can't.
Yep.
Or 12th. I think it's 13 points, right?
Yep.
I mean, that's all you got to do, and you're in 9th place right now.
He had a great attitude this morning. I heard you talk to him, and he's like, hey, I just got to go catch him. Great attitude.
It's going to be a showdown and throwdown, a big fish mowdown. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back from the St. Lawrence River.
I'm grateful. I'm deeply grateful to the great people in the Bass Angler Sportsman Society who conduct these fine tournaments, to people like yourselves who compete in these tournaments, and to the people who write about these tournaments. And most of all, I'm grateful to my wife, Diane, who I love and she loves me and lets me fish. Thank you very, very much.
1974 Bassmaster Angler of the Year, Bill Dance. Yes, he once was more than just the guy that runs his shin into trailer hitches and becomes part of a Luke Bryan song. Bill Dance, an incredible Angler of the Year from 1974, and that is exactly what that event does. It changes your life, and it etches you in the history books in bass fishing. And Davey Height, 2 of those to your name, a 2-time Angler of the Year.
I still can't believe that. I mean, you look at that footage there from Bill Dance in 1974. It's just like, you know, greater than thou. You know, it just really does. It's an incredible way. That title is thought of. I heard Chris Johnson say last week he thinks it's the most prestigious title in our sport, and certainly a lot of people think that. It's right there with the Classic Trophy. Some people think one or the other, but they're certainly the 2 biggest.
I'd say Angler of the Year is more prestigious. The Classic is a bigger party.
Sure.
Look at it.
Let's get out to Chris Johnson, hot off a 2nd place finish at our last event. It's the first Canadian to win an Elite Series event, as well as the first Canadian to ever win an FLW Tour event. Gussie stole the Classic before him, but this is his shot.
Said he needs one more big one to feel comfortable about today's catch.
Just like that.
Oh, that's a giant one.
Oh.
Frag. Can't do that.
A painful loss here. And for the first time, honestly, and maybe I'm overthinking it, but from when I talked to Chris this morning to what I'm seeing now, it's one of the first times I've seen him actually feel the moment. Like he says he gets really nervous for these events always on this river, but he knows what's on the line here.
100%. That's what I was about to say. I was 100 yards from you this morning when you talked to him, and the first time I've ever heard him, and it was like, really? First time I've ever heard either one of the Johnson brothers say while they were about to take off on St. Lawrence River, I'm kind of nervous. It's a different level. That Angler of the Year trophy certainly means a lot to Chris Johnston.
To an angler trying to make him nervous, Jacob Fouts in 3rd place in Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year race.
That looks and feels like a big one.
You know you're having a
Finally
good
got
day
one
when
off
your
that rock
smallest
pile.
fish is 4-4 and it's noon.
Hey.
I haven't seen it yet.
Had 2 good events here last year to turn his career around, but this year
I don't think it's going to happen.
might even one-up that.
I can't tell.
Had a slower day the final day last week at Champlain, but still a great event.
It might help, actually.
By
It looks
day
like a big
2,
one.
it looked like,
I
man,
can't tell when they're down there that deep. They don't look that big.
probably going to win this thing.
Then when they get to the surface, it's like... Yeah, it's a big one.
Fouts is always self-professed. The bigger the moment, the more pressure, the better I perform. And with his self-professed, painting a target on his back, in the off season, you can't argue. I mean, this year has been by far his breakout year, and I asked him this morning, and I went back at him when he said, it was just mindset, and he says it's just all mindset that
I'm in a tank.
I'm just laying it on the line, and I'm proving that I'm supposed to be here. And
look, I got him. Look at that.
Holy
Got him in
smokes.
the eye. He come up and swiped at it, I believe.
Look at the belly on that sucker.
I mean, a big one.
Yeah.
That's bigger than 4.4.
Yes. Yes.
I think it's this black one. I think it's one of the ones over here.
Here's a crazy thing. Look how big that fish's belly is. And that's just going to keep getting bigger.
It's blue one, actually.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
if
the
you were
time
here
of
a
the year.
month from
Yep.
now,
Yep.
2 months from now.
That's my smallest one, I think. Yes, it does.
How many people would love to have that one right now? He's about to release. I just noticed his tackle collection on the floor of his boat.
Oh, it's grotesque.
I hope at the end of this year he doesn't think that that's something he has to carry on to next year, because if you look closely, it's
if he wins Angler of the Year, I want it bronzed. I mean, it and just so you know, the reason that it's in the center, it's always been right in front of the passenger seat, is cameraman Jake Latondras got on with him this morning and said, you got to move this crap. And when he moved it, this is a true story. So you know how sometimes rubber worms will dig into a tackle box? They'll melt into it? Mm-hmm. Used to happen a lot back in the day. Mm-hmm. It turns out that they melted into the floor of his boat. Like, you can see the actual outline of the worms and the crankbaits and whatever has been. I mean, hey, he said he had no money in the off season. He's got at least $3,000 of burnt out tackle. Things have gotten better.
Yeah. Last week, we only saw him throw a half-ounce jig head with a 7-inch Z-Man jerk shad. He is throwing a drop shot today. Every fish I've seen him catch. Looks like maybe a Berkeley flatworm and a drop shot here for him today.
19-year-old fishing phenom Trey McKinney, the youngest Elite Series champion in history. And for the first time since the second day of the second event, he's not leading something.
Like a big one.
How many people can say that in their rookie year?
I mean, he's either been leading Angler of the Year, Rookie of the Year all year.
Jeez.
Left Smith and came up here, and other than a few days where he came down to ICAST, was on the water every day. He said, smallmouth is my weakness, and I'm going to figure that out. Spent a solid month. Said he was fishing the fishery. He said he's legally allowed to, in pre-practice. And once those weren't allowed, I'm going to every other northern smallmouth factory I can go to.
Certainly appreciate someone wanting to work to get better at their profession.
Okay. Should help. Maybe not, though, honestly. I don't know. Still a freaking stud.
He's in the river.
Yeah.
So good for him. But I've heard him mention about rough water and
it.
He does not like that. And I think it affected him a little bit at Champlain the day that it blew.
Yellow.
The only little kink in his armor, so to speak, that he had, just not having a good fishing day all year long. So smart move to be able to stay in the river and locate these fish. And I would assume that that's where he plans to be all week, or he would. Most guys, if they had some river stuff, they're maybe saving it until tomorrow or Saturday when the wind's supposed to blow a little more.
Yeah, he definitely wants to stay away from that rough stuff. But this river can give you a whooping too. I
Absolutely.
mean, it is Relentless, and look at there. There's our leader. We haven't forgotten about our Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year leader. Caught the biggest fish in Bassmaster history at the start of the season. Backed that up by winning the biggest event in bass fishing, the Bassmaster Classic, and trying to become only the third angler in history to win the Classic and Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year in the same year, joining Mark Davis and Kevin Van Dam. How incredible is that?
It's absolutely incredible. If you look, unofficially he's in 10th place. If he's in 10th place, he doesn't have to worry about what anyone else is doing. 10th place or above. Actually, it's 12th place or above, but in 10th place right now, yeah, you can catch all you want, Jacob Fouts, all you want to, Trey McKinney, all you want to, Chris Johnson.
Go get 130 pounds.
Yep. Yeah,
Doesn't
more power
bother
to
him.
you. But I'm still going to get the trophy if I'm in 10th place.
The only man in control of his own destiny as we decide all the titles here on the Bassmaster Elite Series at the final stop of 2024, the Humminbird Bassmaster Elite.
From a rookie pro in 1993 to Bass Angler of the Year, Davey Height has reached the heights of the bass fishing world.
You know, it's a crazy dream. It's not so much now because fishing has grown just in the 5 years that I've been fishing. But just a few years ago, it was a crazy dream. The big secret to my success, but our key to success has been my lucky draws.
You ain't getting lucky drawers?
Yeah, it's a long story.
Baby, that was so classy up to that point. When you're like, your beautiful wife, Natalie, wiping tears, and you're saying the biggest secret to my success, I'm like, what a romantic. But it was, well, I guess lucky drawers can be romantic.
So now you know I've been a clown since even before you knew me. Always been one.
Well,
it's a true story, though. It's a true story. My lovely wife replaced the elastic in those underwear.
That's love.
That's how true. That's love. That is true love.
The St. Lawrence Chamber of Commerce, great host community here this week, Waddington, New York, and the St. Lawrence Chamber of Commerce. Incredible. St. Lawrence River, it is an aquatic playground, and we cannot thank them enough for having us out here once again. Happy to be back in Waddington, New York. Last few been up in Clayton, obviously. A little bit longer drive to the lake, but this river, I mean, this river is so incredible. Like 80 miles of this, you can stop almost anywhere and catch a bass.
Yeah, there's some anglers. Keith Combs this morning had the lead at 20 pounds before a lot of the guys got out in the lake to start fishing. So there's a lot of great fishing in this river also, and so beautiful. It is so beautiful sitting here.
I just missed one.
Over to
and
Chris
I've got
Johnson.
about 5 of them following my boat, and I can't catch them. I need one good one here. That's all I need. And it would be a decent day.
This day passes fast. Like, I just started thinking, I was about to ask you, are you shocked that Hamner's already running back? And then I looked at my phone, and I'm like, well, it's 10-1.
Yeah.
The amount of time you burn running out there is, I mean, I'm feeling it. Never mind our anglers.
Yeah, it feels like he's headed back several hours early, but he's got some time, but he's not like just leaving a bunch of time on the table headed back at that. And hey, with what he's got, it's absolutely a smart move in my opinion.
How long would you leave from here to Cape Vincent, the mouth of the river?
So it's 84 miles from right here to the mouth of the river, of the lake. Excuse me, the end of the river. But it all depends on, if you can average 70 miles an hour on like perfect conditions, you could figure 70 miles an hour. So hour and a half with a little to spare from the mouth. That's on a real good day. You're not going to do that on a Saturday when the boat parades come through here and, cigarette boats.
They don't look
Yeah,
like
you got to get
giants,
gas, potentially.
know.
Maybe not if you didn't go far, if you got it on the way down. To me, that was the big unknown today. They'll know more, but I know of about 3 places to get gas between here and Cape Vincent.
Because you can only get them in the U.S. side. You can't get gas on the Canadian side.
Yeah. I was thinking that, but just need to mention that to our viewers. So 70 guys, 75 guys, we talked earlier, I think about 3/4 of the field told us, hey, I'm going. So 75 guys getting gas at 3 places at basically the same time can be a problem.
Well, the man with the plan saying, catch me if you can, is Justin Hamner. We have talked about him a lot, but unfortunately on such a vast playing field, you don't always get signal. Well, as Hamner makes his way back here, we are getting some signal. And let's have a look at one of those fish catches, maybe his first fish catch of the day.
He's following the boat, though, so I had to catch him. He ain't tiny.
I think he was saying that it's not as big as he thought he was, but he was following the boat. That's something that
wanted to be caught.
Yep, a lot of the people that haven't been up in the north smallmouth fishing, they will follow the shade of the boat sometimes. And years ago, you'd catch like every one that was under your boat following. Now they can be hard to catch. They'll follow the boat, but they're not going to be tricked by that same old drop shot again and again.
And without a little research, a lot of people will look at Hamner and be like, okay, you're leading Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year. You've had a great season, but tough break for an Alabama kid to have to go to Champlain and Thousand Islands. He makes no bones about it. He said, that's where I want this to go down. Lake Champlain's one of his favorite lakes in the world, and the St. Lawrence, I mean, he loves fishing up here.
Not no giant, but it ain't bad.
I really liked his attitude.
You should say that about a smallmouth. There ain't no giant, it's just a 4. I love this place.
It's an average full body.
There you go.
Like I said.
There you go.
He's got an extra rudder back there.
That's why he was fighting so hard.
He was doing all these weird angle swims. Like, modification.
Any one of the anglers that
close
can potentially win Angler of the Year.
What are we putting
this
in
week?
Bass Track?
We'll appreciate it, but it's
put 4 in Bass Track, but it was 4.
If it all does work out for Justin Hamner after his winning the Classic, the final event, Chris Johnston, the most feared elite angler, he and his brother on the Elite Series, being closest to you, how rewarding. I mean, it'll just be icing on the cake for, yeah. I was the best in the world for that year.
And was tested. If he pulls it off, I mean, that's you. I mean, that I said to him this morning. I said the view in front must be like a childhood dream, and the view behind a childhood nightmare. And he kind of agreed, because looking behind him, Chris Johnston. That's the name. Like, let's not make any bones about it. That's the one you don't want to have. That's no shade on Fouts or any of the other anglers, but Chris Johnston's got a pretty strong track record here.
Yes.
Woo! Yeah!
Good buddy.
That is a tank. Whew. Look at that thing. Jeez, what a fish. So pretty. So pretty. Thank you, girl. Wow.
Again, this footage from earlier today, Justin Hamner was out of range, and now he's coming back in, and we're getting those fish catches, but he's not the only one. Another angler that has caused troubles for the Johnstons in this part of the world is Jay Shakurit, who is on record as being the first angler to join the Century Club for smallmouth bass, and seems like so many years ago when him and Corey did it down in Clayton, New York a few years ago. But Jay Shakurit going to be a problem here this week, and he's also in the top 10 for Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, and he also is feeding us some fish catches from earlier that we did not get.
Yeah, what What a young career. How successful it's been for Jay. And this year, he's just bumped it up a notch. He certainly had that win a couple of years ago. Like I say, it seems like a long, long time ago, but it seems like this whole season, we've had a camera with him on day 3, day 4. I mean, he's just been so consistent.
If he wins this event, he becomes a triple qualifier for the Classic because he's got 2 in Angler of the Year points, and he won Lake St. Clair in the Open, so that's 2. He'd be very popular amongst the other elites.
Absolutely.
He told me this morning he did not believe we would see a Century Belt at this event. He said, we're going to get close. He said 97 pounds. That's what Jay Shakira guessed. I asked him what he would have. He said he'd have 97 pounds and 2 ounces.
You got to have confidence, self-confidence. I was torn. We talked about it a little bit in the studio last week about will it break the 100-pound mark. I said yes, but not, maybe the winner. I don't think we're going to have three people do it, but
I agree with you. I think
the winner will have 100 pounds. And it's not been that many years ago to even talk about the winner here having 100 pounds of smallmouth seemed like a far-fetched dream.
Yeah.
And when he made it happen, then I guess if we took a poll, the majority of our viewers would agree, and the folks who work with bass, it takes 100 pounds to come to win here in 4 days.
As we continue to catch up on all of the footage that we're getting sent to us now, let's get over to our Angler of the Year leader, Justin Hamner, with another one.
That was old meatball flying out of the water. It's hard to tell how big they are when they're that far away. It ain't little. Oh, it's more than that. It's a little bit bigger than I thought. He said, oh.
Well, he does not seem to be feeling the same pressure as Chris Johnson.
Oh, it's amazing, isn't it?
It's like they're pretty wild.
All right, come on, girl.
Could there be a case made for Hamner having Chris Johnson behind him?
There we go.
To almost help in some ways? Like, you know what I mean? Like, everybody's expecting Chris to come up and steal his soul at this last event, but he's just like, well, if I could be here.
That's a great point.
3?
Because I'll be honest with you, when I was in position,
Goober from Alabama,
and I think whether an angler admit it or not is a different story, but I think we all as anglers, if you get right to that final step and you're able to win that trophy, the last thing you want to be known for is to blow it.
Yeah.
And like you said, if Chris Johnson would move ahead of Justin, I don't think anybody would think that Justin blew it.
No.
It's just Chris Johnson's backyard.
No. Let's get over to our leader, Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year points, JT Tomkins.
Slipped down to 49th. He needs an upgrade here. It looks like he's got a good one on. 1 5-pounder would sure go a long way with only 3 fish in the live well. Woo, what a jumper.
Every one counts right here. 3-pounder, I think.
Exactly right. Got to catch 5 fish here on the St. Lawrence River. You've got to come in with a limit of bass.
Oh, he will.
Yeah, he will.
He was very vocal, said, hey, man, I love this place. So I'm sure he's as shocked as anybody that a slow start today, but I'm imagining he's going to catch him. I mean, we can't have the Rookie of the Year race tighten up like that and not have fireworks at the end of this. Well, we'll be back here shortly. Bassmaster Live.
The Humminbird Bassmaster Elite from the St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Mercury, by Power Pole, and by Progressive Insurance. Wow, we're already down to 2 hours fishing time left for our first gliders right now. Z, we've got a big story. A big story we started with, of course, Justin Hamner trying to win Classic and Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year in the same year. It's only been done by 2 other anglers. A vast place, very hard to cover with our signals, so we did not get to see his work this morning. But we were recording everything, and on the way back, as they get into signal, they are feeding us catches, so we're getting to see that as we go back. Justin on his way back to Waddington.
Exactly right. Taking a look at your TH Marine weather watch. It has been glorious upstate New York weather today. And you're right, Justin Hamner, he is definitely on Broncos country. Let's ride all the way back to Waddington. It's that time of year. Unlimited. But Justin Hamner really kind of looking at what all of our anglers that we have been Angler of the Year watching today, for the most part, have done their job so far.
Absolutely. I think Chris Johnston has eaten into his lead, as for now. That's right. To the tune of about 2 positions right now. He's 2 positions ahead of Justin Hamner. I think those 2 are like 10th and 12th as it stands right now. So, yeah, realistically, not much difference on that. We got another one of those catches just came in.
They're feeding in right now.
We're gonna roll tape right now.
Exactly right. Really, Justin Hamner concentrating with a drop shot and a Ned rig all day long. A lot of mid-depth ranges from, call it, say, 10 out to about 24 feet of water.
I was just trying to pee and slung her out there where I thought it was.
I don't know.
Don't need no live scope.
Kind of just feel with the weather that's coming. A lot of our Bassmaster Live viewers today that have been talking about the TH Marine Weather Watch earlier, feel like this is going to come down to when that wind and weather shifts on Saturday. Could very well be the decider of the 2024 Angler of the Year title. Justin Hamner earlier today, live Bassmaster Live.
Incredibly calm today. You look at him. It looks like he's in Newfoundland or somewhere. You can't see any land anywhere, and it's just flat calm. It's like a pond.
Newfoundland, that's in Canada, right? That's a Canadian province.
Absolutely.
Or city.
Sure, that first
He very well could be. Who knows?
Newfoundland.
Oh, Newfoundland.
Yeah.
This one earlier today with Justin Hamner. Said he was getting about 10 to 20 bites a day. A lot more than some of the anglers that made their run out to Lake Ontario, catching 6 to 8 bass, but definitely the right quality.
How about this what if?
All right.
Hamner's like 13th now. Cole Sands, just all his weight came in and pushed him down. Jacob Faust is in 3rd place.
What is that trolling motor
More than 22 pounds. He's 9 points back of Mr. Hamner. There could be, we have a third of the field without weights. They could jump in between those guys and make it really interesting.
Could have a tie at the end of the day. Are you saying that? Is that the what if throwing out there?
Well, Faust could end up leading if the right numbers come in.
For sure. That little one.
Hamner's got a magic number for every person. He gets in the top 18, it doesn't matter what Fouts does. He gets in the top 13, it doesn't matter what Chris Johnston does. He makes the cut, Wesley Gore's eliminated in 10th, in AOY. Like that's just how it'll go each day, but this one will set the bar for sure today.
Hamner's got 20 pounds, 10 ounces on Bass Track. He's 13th right now. Chris Johnston's 2 spots ahead of him.
You're a little under on that one.
Well, I will say that I was listening to the Dave and Davey show. That one that Chris Johnston lost, well, we did not see it, but we heard it, could prove very, very costly at the day 1 weigh-in Waddington.
Jay Shakir, same situation as Justin Hamner, out of range for a good part of the day. That's why we didn't see so many catches from him during the course of the first 4 hours. But now they're feeding his catches as he gets back into signal area.
And one of the things that we heard from Jay Shakir, obviously some rich history here, but not making that run before from Waddington. Usually he's been rolling out of Clayton, New York. A lot of his fish, he was having to catch on a jig head minnow, not on a drop shot, which we usually see with Jay Shakir.
Jay Shakir and Corey Johnston, the first two to hit the 100-pound mark with smallmouth, did that year before last.
Yeah, one of the interesting things that Shakir said was a lot of the fish in the mouth of the St. Lawrence and Lake Ontario really, really suspended up high. And he said they were, 5 to 10 feet off of the bottom, but said he had a few really big schools, 20 to 30 fish schools.
Jay Shakir told us last year, I guess it was, not the year he busted the 100-pound mark for the first time. This place is unique in that it's not about baits, particularly as much as it is about wind and time of day. I don't know.
That is actually, I made the comment while we were at break. I was like, wow, Dave and Davey get all the luck, because for the most part of if you're just tuning in to Bassmaster Live, it was probably one of the slower mornings we have seen on Lake Ontario, because that's where basically all of our cameras are. If you're not on Lake Ontario, you're within 3 miles of it. And smallmouth 101 is when that sun basically popped at about, call it 11 o'clock Eastern time, you instantly watched Bass Track really started firing.
Some of the bigger fish too. Joey Cifuentes took over the Phoenix Boats Big Bass lead with a 6.5 pounder.
Wow.
And Robert G.
What time did that come?
It was in the break.
So
Robert G. had 2
within the
5
past
pluses.
hour and a half. Yeah, okay.
I mean, locked up tighter than a drum.
Yes. Tighter than Dick's hat band. It's the old saying. You've heard that saying.
That's from a governor.
That's from the Roaring 20s.
I thought you got that from Such's Urban Dictionary over there.
I know.
Yeah, he doesn't have that.
I don't
head down
I don't
that
turn
alley.
that avenue.
Yeah, you didn't go down that alley.
I don't take a left on Awkward Avenue.
Too late.
Listening to the audio when Chris lost that last fish, that is about as rattled as we have ever heard Chris Johnston on Bassmaster Live.
I didn't see it.
I mean, you could tell he was keyed up.
He's been wound up a little tight all day long today, more so than you usually see him. Must be that thing about having to be home or something.
Right.
Got all the fans out there watching me.
He is all business right now.
He's in 11th place with 3 4-0s on his Bass Track, a 4-6 and a 5-0.
Hey, and the great thing is we didn't need to see anything settle today.
No,
we didn't need any races over with today.
No one's going to wrap her up
Nobody
today.
wants to see that.
Of what we're going to see all weekend.
I think things are just getting more interesting a little bit,
Right.
but
Hi,
certainly
Chris.
not shut down.
With JT Tomkins not having a limit right now, though he's got the right fish. He's got a couple 5+. Trey McKinney has regained the Rookie of the Year lead.
I bet.
And here's
that
a
one's
big
gonna
move.
that one's gonna change like hourly on Bass Track with them only being 1 point apart coming into the tournament.
And the two others right on their tail.
What's the difference in AOI payout money, Such, from 4th to 6th? Because there was 1 point between 4th, 5th, and 6th coming into here. Is there a jump?
Progressive is giving out $578,000. First, of course, $100,000. Seconds, $35.30. Fourth is 26. Fifth is 24. Sixth is 20.
Oh, okay.
Then
Pretty
goes
close.
19, 17,
6 grand.
15. I was saying Carl Jacobson was 79th 2 tournaments ago, jumped up to 63rd, 55th. Right now he's in our top 10. He would be 37th and get in the Classic.
Wow.
Big run.
Huge for him to make the cut initially and stay up there pretty high.
There are some anglers today that did great. You know, you have 2 events left, and when you get your work done at the first leg of it, whether it's for requalifying for the Elite Series, when you have a great event last week at Champlain, this week is make the top 50, and it doesn't matter. 50, like just get above that 50.
All right, so let me check something real quick. So you got Justin Hamner letting her eat. Oh yeah. What time does First Flight check in?
3 Eastern.
Wow, Chris Johnston.
He's hour and 45.
Pushing it.
He's still out there.
He is
All the way.
absolutely. He's absolutely still out there.
I didn't know if he'd made a little mileage or what.
Okay. We're going to make one quick move.
Better be quick.
You better be.
Is it possible that he doesn't have to fuel up a second time?
Yes.
Like it's possible he's got enough fuel that he won't have to make that stop. Maybe that affords him 15 minutes extra.
Well, we saw guys fueling up on their way out, remmer?
Yeah, but
So he may
depending on
have
how
been-
far you go out on the lake, you may have to do it on the way back.
He's
too.
not far
Yeah.
into the lake, but I mean he's still out there. But looking like conditions coming in are pretty calm. He'll be in good shape for that.
Jeff Gustafson just caught a 5-pounder. Could be his Classic qualifying fish. He was outside the cut coming into this event.
Couple pretty big names down there in a row, from Christie to Fighter to
Big
Palmer, just all in the mid 50s. Schmidt was around the late 40s, low 40s, or high 40s, however you look at it.
All right, now we've been getting some feeds of previous catches from Jay Shakirat. I don't know if this is going to be another feed or if this is actually live, but either way,
Oh, come on.
we'll get to take it in.
That's a magnum.
I don't think that's the Clayton area, to be honest. I fished through there. That is a lot of water for.
Wow, that's a.
Yeah.
Somebody stole the horizon.
Exactly.
If it's Clayton. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Earlier today.
We're going to tag that with earlier.
Woo. It's a tail walker there. He is jumpy. Come on, buddy, we gotta get you in so we can get your buddies.
There we go. Now we keep for the day. Now we need 4 more.
Some of the work that Jay Shakurit has been doing during the course of the day. We're getting to see it now. I want to remind you to check it out when you get a chance right here on Bassmaster.com. The Yamaha Rightwater's Bassmaster Kayak Series, sponsored by Tourney X, just finished a big tournament not too long ago up on the Susquehanna River.
Yeah, out there living the dreams.
Big fun out there. It's a great way to get involved. Catching big bass in a tournament atmosphere. Got a big tournament coming up, I think, here in a few weeks from Caddo Lake and also Bistineau. Both those 2 lakes down there near Shreveport, Louisiana. So take a snap of the QR code there and get all up to date on the Yamaha Rightwater's Bassmaster Kayak Series. Let's go. The Humminbird Bassmaster Elite here at the St. Lawrence River. Look at that beautiful water there.
Would you look at that beautiful water?
Look at the color of that water. Waddington, New York is a great, fantastic host city. Who wouldn't want to be there this time of year? That is a paradise on earth, that whole area
so
there.
Awesome.
I must tell you. Then Robert G., this guy, you talk about determination now. Smith Lake, 2 events ago, 2nd place. Last week, 3rd place. I mean, He's just going to win or bust here. I think that's the plan so far on day number 1, but it is just day number 1. Matt Robertson, who also had a great event over in the state of New York, here in the state of New York on Champlain. Jacob Fouts, ditto for him. Boy, the Champlain mojo is carrying on over to the St. Lawrence River. But let's see what we have seen today as we turn to our Bassmaster Midday Report and the winner here in 2022, Jay Shakurit.
Would you look at this Bassmaster? Taking a look at Jay Shakurit's day, a little bit off a pace. Jay Shakurit said he was going to back off the throttle once he hit 25 pounds. Yeah, well, not the case so far for the Wisconsin Angler Chicago Bears fan. Unofficially sitting with 17 pounds in his live well. Work will need to be done for young Jay Shakurit. Most of his work so far today, jig head minnow, not that much work done with a drop shot, but really Jay Shakurit living in that mouth of the St. Lawrence River as it enters into Lake Ontario. Said he was on a school of big ones, so far not able to relocate them today.
From a former Rookie of the Year to a guy trying to win Rookie of the Year, came in today with a 1-point lead in that particular race. South Carolina's J.T. Tomkins.
Z, he watched the show go down today. He was around Robert G. and Trey McKinney and didn't catch a bat, had to leave before finally get his day going.
Exactly. Probably the ugliest 19-pound, 5 ounces that we've seen on camera. And really it was when he decided to make the move, get away from his rookie Trenas area of Trey McKinney. Who else did we have in there?
Tyler
Williams, Robert G. It was a rookie Trenas.
It was a total rookie gathering.
Decided to get up in the Kingston area, unofficially with 19 pounds and 5 ounces, definitely salvaging his day 1 here on the St. Lawrence for young JT Tomkins.
Yes, great year for JT Tomkins. Just a wonderful one bad finish, and he would be right on top of
every single one of these. Robert G has had one, Trey McKinney and JT Tomkins all with one rookie-esque finish. Woo. This guy, though, has been on it. Even his missed cut was only by 5 spots.
And if you really kind of watch his day, fishing in the Amherst area that we got to definitely track down last year, the Bassmaster Elite Series here. Most of his work in that mid-depth range, 10 to about 21 feet of water. Justin Hamner making the comment. Didn't feel like they were in their true summertime pattern, but all eyes this morning, obviously, on Ontario's Chris Johnston. And again, a lot like JT Tomkins, Jay Shakurit, a slow morning, but gaining traction. Really about between 9 and 10 o'clock, unofficially sitting with 21 pounds and 6 ounces. Chris Johnston may want to think about starting to make his way back to Waddington.
Yeah, he made the long trip today, and still we have him as being out there pretty good ways in Lake Ontario. So we will see when he gets on his way back, because he will be in the first flight. All of our anglers
Chris
on
Johnston
camera today
will be totally disgusted with 21 pounds.
Yeah, no doubt. The first guy we got after today gave us the goods. Trey McKinney, the rookie from Carbondale, Illinois. Trey McKinney out there catching good to get. His day started earlier than most.
Yep, and if you weren't with us this morning, talked about Trey McKinney's whole year, and he made the comment, the only person that has hurt him this year is himself. And I thought that was very profound. Obviously wanting to learn from some of the mistakes he has made on his stellar rookie season. Well, he had a stellar morning, 4 big ones to start. And it was the Trey McKinney show. JT Tomkins got to watch every one of these landed early this morning. Slow current dripping, a drop shot about 27 to 35 feet of water. Trey McKinney getting it done, 22 pounds and 7 ounces, and we had a bonus jig fish later in the morning.
Denying himself access to his electronics earlier in the
Not
day.
really.
Didn't last long.
Not really.
Didn't last too
He
very
just
long.
closed his eyes a few times on the hook set.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah.
Look away. No look passing. Nonetheless, a great day of fishing for Trey McKinney. He's got him in 6th place. Been in the top 10 all day long. Jacob Fouts has been in the top 10 all season long.
Yeah, and really before this season, Jacob put a few videos out there that were different. Yeah, they were honest.
Yeah.
And he had actually texted me, Tommy, and he said, "Have you got any advice for me?" I said, "Yeah, catch him." He has done that.
Apparently it's stuck.
He has done that.
Yeah,
I
that one
actually
took.
talking to him yesterday. I said, "Hey, do you remember when we were texting each other?" He said, "I absolutely do." And he said, "I have accomplished what you told me to do." It's amazing how that helps out a professional fishing career, catching them.
It's almost like a formula we can go by.
To go from being a college bracket champion, taking a break from the Opens, qualifying for the Elite Series, missing 8 straight checks, Tommy, 8 straight cuts, and then making 11 straight cuts. You want to talk about a roller coaster of success and failure he's faced the first few years of his career?
And if he doesn't make his 12th cut here, it's going to be because of a major catastrophe, because he is well on track for that. Robert G., your leader right now, as I say, running on momentum fumes, going all the way back to Smith Lake, where he was 3rd, 2nd last week at Champlain.
Yep, he was hanging freshman Chernosville all morning long. Really, we thought Trey McKinney was the one getting it done in that area. Not the case. How about Robert G.? 24 pounds and 9 ounces unofficially. Bassmaster midday report killing it.
And we know he weighs his fish, so it can't be too far off from 24.5 pounds.
Yeah, he's good on the weigh-in. Well, there he is on top. And Matt Robertson, also a great week last week at Champlain. In 2nd place, there's Fouts. Keith Combs hanging in there. Keith Combs kind of on the winning in route to the Classic next year. So he's trying to stay as high up as he can and make it all the way to the end and maybe somehow stand on top at the end of it all. Carl Jochimson, good tournament again. There's McKinney. Jake Whitaker has been in our top 10 all day long.
Am I out of line
to make the class?
Can we play with our viewers here on Bassmaster Live, the 20-pound game? How many 20-pound limits? Go ahead, friendo.
I'm going to say we are going to notch 38 20-pound limits. I'm going to go 38.
I like that.
I'm going to go down. I went outrageously large last week, and I was short.
I'm going unlucky 33.
All right.
Why is 33 unlucky?
It's a lot of threes, man.
I'll go 42.
Oof. Wow.
Just because it hasn't been less than 40 pounds for a 2-day cut here, like in 6 years. So I have to imagine 20 a day.
Let's get cameraman Kerry Barrett involved in this. Kerry, give me a number right now.
How many 20-pound bags?
32.
Kerry says 32.
32.
Okay.
Kerry says 32.
Cheeky, sassy.
Such.
There's 17 now. There's 30 guys without fish, so another third. I'm taking the under. I'm going right at 30, I guess.
Okay. All right.
Wow.
There we go.
What did you say now, Z?
33.
33, okay.
So we got 30, 32, 33,
20-pound game,
38,
20-pound game.
38.
and 42. Look at Justin Hamner go. He is just cruising.
Yeah, they're going to kind of go full speed on the way back, so everybody's...
May not be the case. Well, they'll be able to, like we said earlier this morning, that wind direction that we'll have Saturday into Sunday, hugging that southeast shore, you're going to be able to rip pretty good. The north side of the river will be tough, but still should be doable Saturday and Sunday this week.
Let's look at how it's gone down out there today in graphic terms here.
4+ pounders.
Yeah, 4+ pounders on this map.
A lot around our takeoff right there in Waddington.
Ooh.
Heading upriver actually right now.
Is that Ogdensburg?
Yeah. Get towards Chippewa Bay, right-hand side of your screen.
Any of those largemouth, you think? Yeah.
I think there's one largemouth in there.
Yeah.
Slinking around in matted eelgrass.
A little sprinkle, just salt in this whole area.
There you go, 4+ pounders. A bunch of them around Amherst.
Whoa.
Wow. Ducks was definitely a factor today.
We got plenty more to come. That's your layout on the lake, and we will return to Ontario and St. Lawrence momentarily.
Let's pay tribute to this man, the 1994 Bass Angler of the Year, our hero, David Fritz.
That was 1994, Angler of the Year, Lexington, North Carolina's David Fritz. David Fritz, who the year before, I believe, had won the Bassmaster Classic. And Logan Martin.
Sporting the white blazer.
He really was, he was hoping to be
banging it too, straight banging it.
Oh, straight up.
He was the projected one to win the Classic in 1994 because he was the defending champion 93, Tommy. 94, it was at High Rock Lake.
Yeah.
He's his home lake.
That was supposed
he
to be a
doesn't
setup.
win that. Brian Kirchhoff wins it, but he wins Angler of the Year, and you can go right there with that QR code and watch the full 22-minute interview and speech of Fritz at that AOI banquet.
We talk about the two anglers who have won Bass Classic and Angler of the Year in the same year. I wonder how many people have won the Classic, then won Angler of the Year the next year.
Whoa.
Might just be David Fritz.
Whoa, that's some Northland trivia right there.
What did you say, Tommy?
Wow.
I'm sorry.
We've been talking about the two anglers who have won Classic and Angler of the Year in the same year.
Yes.
How many have won the Classic, then won Angler of the Year after that?
Yeah.
Good look at some of the, incredible, breathtaking, otherworldly views of this beautiful place here in northern New York. And Robert G.
Oh, yeah.
The Tennessee Vol out there getting it done yet again. I mean, how many days in a row he's been knocking out big limits.
Would you mind if I grab this one?
Sure.
Why don't we give
What
it
are
to
you grabbing?
him?
Oh, yeah.
Starting to turn into your guy, Tommy. Marathon Peak Performance. Young angler from Knoxville, Tennessee. He's been pretty much flawless all season long. Just about pulled off a win a week ago. Marathon Peak Performance. A lot of his work was done with insight of Trey McKinney, Tyler Williams. Rookie, the freshman Trenasse area of the St. Lawrence River. Said nobody ever. Pretty strong when your smallest one unofficially is 3 pounds and 15 ounces, yet you have sacked 24-9. Marathon Peak Performance rookie in the Bassmaster Elite Series, Robert G.
He's certainly on fire, so maybe we could call the Trenasse sort of the Burning Man for rookies this year.
I would guess so.
Quite the gathering there at this specific spot out there. Welcome back to the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon. That's Z, the great Mark Zona, Ronnie Moore there, and Mike Sukon as well. And Z, is this kind of shaping up to be, and we've been walking around it and getting close to it. The first 2 days are going to be one tournament. The second 2 days 100%. Might be a different tournament.
100%. You almost kind of looking at what a lot of the weights that we got to see today. You look for those same anglers, especially all of our eyes. I mean, granted, there's other races going on, but all of our eyes being on the Angler of the Year watch right now. Those guys look like they're going to be able to do it again tomorrow. Probably a little bit of that shortened practice made it a little more pressured and condensed today. I think the X factor of this tournament, I think it possibly could decide Angler of the Year, will be Saturday of this event.
All right. The wind is going to blow.
It is.
It's going to be storms in the area. That's what the big wind generator is, more than a giant system moving through. It's the presence of storms, so they'll be maybe all day. Huh?
And hey, we hit this earlier today, is when you're on the St. Lawrence River, which basically lays southwest to northeast, you don't want a southwest wind. Even though it's going to gas, we're going to see, especially when that storm presses in, 15 to 25 mile per hour winds. The good thing is it's going to be a southeast wind. So you're more than likely, at least you're going to get to the mouth of Lake Ontario, where a lot of our damage was done today.
I got a question, Z. Can this tournament be won in the river? More fishing time. We saw an 8-1 get caught there in practice. And with how the lake just didn't fish like we used to see it, at least lately or today, can it be won in the river?
No. No, it can't.
Okay. Sounds good.
It could be one in the mouth of the river.
Okay.
Really, if you look at it, and obviously I'm saying that not off of what we have seen today, it's what we've seen
just historically,
off of historically. The problem is up into the river. Man, it is hard to knock out one of those 24, 25-pound stringers that I still think we'll see multiple weights like that come from either 3 miles into the St. Lawrence or out in the lake tomorrow. And the other thing is, I think tomorrow you're going to see guys swing hard. I think you'll see a guy, I really do. I think you're going to see a guy like Chris Johnston tomorrow. If he slips up, and slipping up for Chris Johnston is 22 pounds, I think tomorrow you will see him swing hard. Maybe played it a little bit safer today, even than he wanted to.
He's going to go to different places?
I would say.
Okay.
I think so.
All right, he's going to. Such, we're looking at, of course, that main race we're talking about, Angler of the Year and Justin Hamner.
Oh, yeah.
If we froze the scores right now, the weights right now, and they may well be frozen with guys on the way back right now, he's lost a couple of positions, but he can do that for 3 days and for 4 days, 2 positions a day, and still win Angler of the Year.
Yeah,
if he doesn't allow any more intrusion than that.
Place. But we got guys, and Brian New just jumped up in between in the 10th place. Of course, Chris Johnson and Hamner are below that. Jacob Fouts is the one who's gaining. When that happens, then there's 20 more guys, 25, 30 more guys who could be in there.
Well, that's a good point.
Tommy, can we pull the curtain back for our Bassmaster Live viewers right now?
How do you mean?
Every one of our anglers is running, but let's throw a map up right now and show exactly where they're running, who's still in the lake. You see a young man like Scott Martin, Brandon
Last
Card,
flight for
last
Scott
flighters, still hanging around, creeping around out in Lake Ontario.
Clifford Perch.
Stretch, Mercer. Good luck right there.
Well, that's what it looks like as the mighty Ontario necks down to the St. Lawrence River. The current gets more insistent, faster. And some of our anglers aren't due in till, what, about 4:30 local time, right?
3 Eastern time for first flight, and then it's every 30 minutes, I believe. So the fourth flight would be 4:30. So I think that math's right.
Correct.
And they go in AOI order. Scores. More fish caught. Are they bigger this year, Z? Are they smaller? They were smaller at Champlain, smallmouth-wise this year, overall.
Oh, I don't know, man. There was some of those fish we got to look at this morning. They look like, and Mercer made the comment, they're well fed and going to still be fed all the way in October. So a lot of those fish they were summertime blown up that we got to see on camera. There's Chippewa Bay again here, right there. Went over an area, a lot of history in years past. Lake of the Isles, won by one Dusty Pine one time.
Dusty Pine.
One of the finest Bassmaster television shows ever.
All right.
Yeah, won it. Froggin. Back then they called it Rattin. Yes.
Froggin.
Yes.
Now, is this one of these little largemouth kingdoms that exist adjacent
Lake
to
of
the
the
river
Isles?
here? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's like its own little lake in there.
We've
Good
sort of
boat
been
docking.
there. I've maybe been there before.
Yes, I'd actually spent a lot of time in Lake of the Isles as we. Hey, there's John Cox right there.
Hey. Hey, there's Rick Clunt.
Well, it's been a season.
It has been a season.
Yes, it has.
Oftentimes I like to kick back and just
I
sort
know
of
you
look
do.
at what has transpired. We started down in Texas instead of Florida. 2 events back to back, starting with the mighty Toledo Bend.
We got our first Century Club at Toledo Bend. Z, Kiryu Fujita,
Absolutely
100
did.
pounds.
I remember that event. I was right here.
Gosh,
Koya
was that this
Fujita.
year?
You were
Always
not here
been
for this one, but boy, it was a good one. Lake Fork.
Man.
And we've seen him in action today, big time, Trey McKinney.
Exactly. I was here in spirit, 130 pounds, and that is just hard to say, 130 pounds, 15 ounces.
Fresh out of high school.
One more call, and he could have broke the all-time record. And then this one, we went to Florida in April, Tommy. The first time we'd ever been there in April for the Elite Series. John Garrett leads 4 straight days. Hard spot offshore. Humminbird 360 was his best friend that week. We go to the St. Johns River, and Salt Springs shows up again.
Yeah, there has been definitely a few beatdowns. None other than that one right there, over 93 pounds for Corey Johnston's first victory on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
We knew it would be good at Lake Murray, and we knew who would be good there. Among them, this guy. The local guy, Patrick Walters, triumphs in a big way. Yet another runaway.
Yeah, a lot of beatdowns so far throughout this season. Cliff Prince, first victory on the Bassmaster Elite Series. A lot of people probably would not have said Wheeler was going to be the place that he held that trophy. Over 80 pounds for Cliff Prince from Florida. Awesome, awesome tournament.
A lot of people very happy with that one right there. Smith Lake, boy, some last-minute heroics from Takumi Ito.
It was deemed to be the closest tournament of the year, Tommy, up until that 5+ pounder, the biggest bass of the tournament, the biggest bag of the tournament, and a 3+ pound victory for Taku Ito.
And that is where he sealed the bag. Smith Lake. What? Alabama.
He got his chair. He got his chair.
Hey, how about this one right here? That Loughran last week, I got to tune into that event right there. Area all to himself, 80 pounds and 12 ounces. Another one. First victory on the Elite Series.
Ed Loughran winning Champlain by 1 ounce over Chris Johnson, 3 ounces over Robert G. at the Screen of Knowledge here, the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge. And, you know, when we're thinking about Falcon Rods Drain the Lake, we have a lot of tangible experience on the St. Lawrence River. We've been here a bunch of times in a row, and we started coming here in 2013. So we have a lot of winners who have past success. How do you pick your team? Who do you save? And I wanted to trench in a little bit on our last 4 winners. Obviously, since 2019, we could add Micah Frazier to that, but he is retired and no longer on the Elite Series. These are the 4 most recent winners: 2020 for Chris Johnston, 2021 for Taku Ito, 2022 where we broke 100 pounds for the first time with Jay Shakirat, and then last year where we had multiple anglers break the Century Club with Patrick Walters winning. These 4 anglers probably heavily picked for your Drain the Lake team this week because you want to save them for their best deal. But we think about it, Patrick Walters already won Lake Murray. He got second place at Toledo Bend. You wanted to use him there. If you did good. Saving him here, it could be a big gamble. Same thing for Jay Shakirat. When you see him reel off 4 top 10s on the Bassmaster Elite Series in the middle of our season, from Murray to Wheeler to Smith, and then knocking out a great finish at Champlain, if you used him in any of those stretches, you paid off perfectly, but you didn't have him for this week. If you used Taku at Smith, great decision there. He wins that. That is his favorite lake, he has said, but he is a winner here, so a lot of people picking him. And then Chris Johnston, it's hard not to save him for the end of the year, but you think about his great finishes. Top 10 to start the year at Toledo, a second last week at Champlain. So many good finishes for the Johnston brothers. How do you save him for the end of the year? So it was a very twisty-turvy, interesting way of putting your team together, and this is the last Drain the Lake roster of the year. 8 anglers.
Come on.
You use one, you lose them,
and
this is the last groupings you have before we crown a champion. And so I've saved a couple of the guys.
Got some more of this footage that's coming in from earlier recordings today. This is Takumi Ito,
Marshall
champion here.
Who was his marshal?
Marshal Gary Robbins.
Gary Robbins,
super marshal.
Cousin of Pete Robbins, I believe, that works for Bassmaster.com. Taking a look at Taku Ito right here. Great, actually, very, very solid camera work right there.
All pro.
Taku Ito, one of the anglers fishing on the U.S. side, as we've seen in so many years past.
Won it up here on the U.S. side of Lake Ontario.
Taku, hold that fish right here. Let me see.
Thought that was Lee Livesey for a second.
It did sound like that.
Gary is from Lee Livesey's neck of the woods. What is that? Deep East Texas? Tommy,
Deep East Texas. That's right. Yeah. That's where that lure wound up, Deep East Texas, before we could get a look at it. That's for sure.
Taku powder.
Red clay country.
Justin Hamner on his way back. We'll keep documenting this journey that we have here. It's like
I bet he's feeling pretty solid right now. Got his work done today.
I think he should feel good about it. Absolutely. There's your leaderboard, unofficial now still, but Robert G. Good lead over Matt Robertson, Jacob Founts.
Will we see
again.
a 25-pound bag today?
Yeah, no, I
we'll
think
see
so.
a 25.
Yeah.
So.
How many do we have not reporting, Such?
No, about 30 still.
30 to 40. Well, it was 40 at one point, but 30. So, yeah, there's a lot of parts of the puzzle that have not been inserted yet. So we will have more for you. And, of course, it all is going to be resolved at the weigh-in coming up at 3 p.m. Eastern Time right here on Bassmaster.com. The Humminbird Bassmaster Elite, final stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series 2024. Waddington, New York this year. Haven't been there in a couple of visits, and a great town, one of the great crowd destinations for weigh-ins. Also been going on all year long. It's not done yet. Got 3 more stops left on the St. Croix Bassmaster Opens, which
one
include
next week.
One next week. The Tackle Warehouse Bassmaster EQ at Leech Lake in Minnesota is coming your way next week. As we head into that, show you how the scores stack up there. Easton Fothergill having just an enchanted year.
Easton Fothergill.
Hello, I am Easton Fothergill. 10:33 points. It went away fast, but you got the
1 point over Dakota.
Dakota.
And it's only a 1 point gap from 9th to 10th. First man out as well.
Well, JT Tomkins was the big star of that Bassmaster EQs last year. Won the thing. Top qualifier for the Bassmaster Elite Series. We spent a lot of time today with JT Tomkins.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Said live? Yep. Well, guys, I don't know. Today was a very interesting day. And this is the same body of water I've spent a lot of time on, and kind of disappointing how the days went, but still had a great day. Just happy to be here on the Elite Series. I mean, it is just a privilege to be competing next to, all the greats that are here. And, qualifying through the Open Series was definitely not no easy feat, but it's all worth it once you get here. It is truly the best bass fishing organization there is right now. And being able to compete for those guys and make this, my job day in and day out, I don't think I can ask for anything better. So, as long as I'm out here, fishing for the Elite Series, I'm pretty happy with how my day's gone. But definitely still need one more fish put in the box. But I don't know, we'll see. This is the same body of water I feel like I really qualified for the Elite Series on. Or one angler of the year off of, because it was pretty far back in angler of the year rankings, and I came here in top 10s, and that jumped me all the way into the lead in the angler of the year standings. So that was, this place holds a special place in my heart when it comes to being able to fish here. I feel like I understand it pretty well. It's just sometimes these fish are a little tougher.
3 top 10s this year for JT Tomkins. Harris Chain, also at Wheeler and Murray. 3rd place at Murray, 2nd at Harris Chain.
Very solid.
Got 2 big fish, 5-pounders today, but he has 4. So he's lost his Rookie of the Year lead. He's in 30th place. He's our highest guy with 4 fish.
Good average for only 4 bass. Hard to say you got your job done only catching 4, but they were the right ones. Power pole replay of the day. A miserable morning for JT Tomkins fishing in the freshman, the rookie Trenas.
3.5 hours, Z, with no
3.5
keeper.
hours is exactly right, Ron.
Unreal.
Then he decided to get to the Kingston area, we'll call it, just the Kingston region of the St. Lawrence River. Oh, catching that dadgum St. Lawrence stud right there. JT Tomkins, only 4 bass in his live well, but they are 4 good ones. That one clocking in at unofficially 5'8". Oof, about as big around as he is long. Good one right there. Power pole replay of the day, rookie, the Bassmaster Elite Series, JT Tomkins. Ladies and gentlemen, JT Tomkins.
One more time.
Nope.
Worth a fist bump there, JT. Reeling it back in. Today kind of got away from him early, but he's in top 30 now. Got to be in the top 50. That's what today and tomorrow are all about. Be in the top 50 so you can fish on the weekend. And who wants to leave this place?
Pat Schlopper's fish just came in. He's tied with Justin Hamner at 14th. That gives Fouts another point, and Chris Johnston as well. They're 9 and 11 back now.
Wow.
And there's still a lot more to come in and then weigh in.
I don't think it gives Fouts a point. I think they share the points right now. There's no tiebreaker to split them, so tomorrow they
moves
would
down.
them.
If he's the second one at 14th, he only gets a 15th place point.
Oh, yeah, but in theory, it's
In theory.
Tonight's official.
It makes it
yeah
tighter up top.
I'm just keeping you on point, Such.
Well, this is a little spot that I chose to stay here in the open around Waddington. So I figured we'd come back early, play it safe. Usually in the open, there wasn't many big ones here, but there's a ton. So if anything, I casted once, had 2 bites. Hopefully we're getting ready to have a little fun. Maybe catch a big one if it's our day. The current rips up here compared to down there. Throwing my jig. Come on. Any second now, I'm getting the area. Come on. Come on. They're just popping it. Get a better cast line up. Cast it in the grass there. It was like a little lip and then a depression, and they all sit in the depression. Right, right, right. Come on. I think it's right. There.
Trey McKinney, 18 years old, not even done with high school when he won.
Problem is, it's
One of
so
the
hard.
most
If you hit it the right cast, you
dominating tournament wins ever. Leading the Bassmaster Elite Series earlier this year at Lake Fork.
Figured a jig would catch me the biggest one, maybe.
Every now and then he'll go stone cold country too. I've noticed.
Oh, yeah,
absolutely right.
He doesn't exactly sound like from Illinois.
Not
all the
well.
time.
Not. I'm from Illinois.
Hey,
not
Southern Illinois is like basically
no,
North Kentucky.
It's actually not. It's not.
When in Rome, as they say.
I guess so.
That's when in Rome, Georgia.
Oh my goodness. They're playing games with me. Playing games with me. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna catch one. I think they're a little bitty. They go, don't. I'm gonna go right over here. Get a different lineup on it where I can feel my jig better. I was bringing it too cross of the current there. Actually, I'm just gonna catch one. The minnow out.
Hamner hooked up.
Ooh, shoot. This better be their butt. All right.
Two smallest are 312.
Gosh.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that looked like a good one.
Dang. How'd he come off?
Oh, great. Good thing I don't need him anyway. There we go. I'm gonna catch one. It's not in time for live. And not big enough. Come on. Come on. Stop it.
Well, this guy's for a
at least 3
on this
pounders.
day type of deal. Tomorrow, 7 years ago tomorrow, was the day that Jacob Fouts won the College Classic bracket at Serpent Lake. So
2017.
To think 7 years later, he would have qualified for the Elite Series, he'd been to a Classic, almost got relegated, and now could be one more day closer to winning Angler of the Year.
It's impressive, man.
Very, very cool 7-year span for him.
Boy, what a year. $300,000 at the Classic. He's made $630,000 in his Bass career. He's looking at maybe another $100,000 with AOI. He's going to have the Phoenix Boats Big Bass of the Year for 10 grand.
We're talking about...
I'm talking about Hamner.
I'm talking about Jacob Fouts.
Yeah, he's had a great year.
Both of them just killing it.
Oh, yeah. Just neck and neck.
I was like,
Both
when did
of them.
Fouts win the Classic?
Coming down
But
this
now I
week.
got what you're saying. I got what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not yet.
I was looking at Hamner up there.
Jacob Fouts before this year, the closest he probably ever got to a win was Pickwick. Is that right? Back about 22 or 21?
I think it was like third or fourth in 22.
22, yeah.
It was Lester and Cody Huff, and then I think
then him.
Fouts was right around right
Yeah.
there. He was our day one leader here when Shakurat won.
Third at Chickamauga, fourth at Pickwick.
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Chickamauga. Okay.
And the Chickamauga one, Jason Christie told the story. He won Chickamauga because it was clear at takeoff. He's running down the river, goes to hook a left into the Hiwassee River, and it gets real foggy, and he sees a boat wake out of nowhere in front of him. So he comes off pad and starts fishing the bank because he didn't want to hit a boat he couldn't see up ahead.
right.
Jacob Fouts, who started the day behind him, passed him through one of the shortcuts since he is a local to Chickamauga and knows it well, and that boat wake was the one that stopped him. And so Jacob, after hearing that story, was like,
wow.
So I'm the reason he stopped early, and then he beats me. That's absolutely frustrating.
Not the way you want
Not
to
the-
find your place in history, exactly, but notable.
Heck with y'all. Walleye. Catching them all today. Dangerous. Stop it. You're dangerous. How do I grab these? Oh, he is vicious.
Oh, Bob Downey needs to catch a couple either today or some better ones tomorrow.
Very impressive this year.
Yes,
really impressive.
Started right on the bubble. He's only fallen one spot. He's in 60th right now, but he was trying to make the Classic by missing an entire event. Very close.
We need some positivity for old Bob because he will
catch a big one, Bob.
He'll be our guest next week for the Leech Lake Bassmaster
right?
Open in studio. So I would love for it to be a positive and not a like.
Does he have experience there?
He's been there a few times, he said.
Okay, cool.
I try to find elite guests that know about the place, and literally
Bob Downey.
No one on the elites has gone to Leech other than the ones competing in the Open next week.
Okay, here's a guy, Ben Milliken, just caught a 4-pounder. He's up to 12th place. Not Chris
I saw him
Johnson
moving
down
up
to
that,
13th.
sneaking on up that leaderboard earlier.
Hamner to 15th. And actually,
Spirit
Keith
hooked
Combs
up.
jumped over Fouts, though, so he lost a point there, possibly.
So we talked about the tiebreaker that Chris Johnston currently has over Justin Hamner.
That's a big one.
Is this live?
It
Looks like he's in the river.
Big one.
Oh.
Please don't be a drum. Oh, it's a bass. Oh, it's not huge, but
Let's go. Carolina rig fish in the river.
How about that?
pull out the old sea rig. That is a trade. Okay, I thought he was a little bigger than what he was, but
It's actually a really good call right there.
We should have put that one in there.
4 pounds.
Good trade, good upgrade for Jay Shakur. Could stand a little bit of that right now. Timely for him. Now, you probably know someone in your life, maybe you are someone of the female persuasion who loves fishing, who really, really gets a kick out of fishing. Would you like to expand your knowledge of bass fishing? Would you like to sort of enter that world in a more educated way? Well, there's a thing going on now, an initiative by the Bassmasters called Bassmaster. And what it is, it's a series of workshops. And the last one is this weekend in Waddington, New York, where you can attend, learn everything you want to know about bass fishing, everything from the basics, finding fish, tackle, knowing your way around a bass boat, even about jobs in the industry, managing your social media, though that's so important in the sport of bass fishing anymore. Toyota partnering to make it happen. Bassmaster. Check it out here on Bassmaster.com.
I went into, especially after the Classic, like every tournament was just, look, we're in the Classic, I'm trying to win this thing. And this one's no different. I mean, I went through pressure when it was struggling just to make ends meet, like worrying about trying to cut a check just to be able to pay the bills. That was pressure. Like being gone from the family and, you know, trying to provide for them, that's pressure. This is just amazing. This is like my dream come true, just to be in this situation, to be where I'm at, regardless of what happens with the AOI. It's just been like a dream season. I mean, from everything that's happened up to this point, it's been, I don't know, just surreal. There's nothing to be pressured about. It's freaking awesome.
Living the dream. A dream he's built himself. I tell you what, everybody pulling for Justin Hamner to win that Classic, and he did. And he just keeps everything going. Got a great opportunity to do something, make real history with the Bassmasters. You're watching the Humminbird Bassmaster Elite from the St. Lawrence River, Waddington, New York. Beautiful place, beautiful part of the world as the St. Lawrence River heads on out toward the Atlantic Oceans with all that Great Lakes water. We got a Robert G on top of our leaderboard right now, the Tennessee Vol, who was knocked out, 24 and a half pounds, more than that. Matt Robertson. Keith Combs has been tough today. He's got to do a win and you're in thing. This is the only tournament where you can do that. But
Matt Robertson.
Yep.
And Matt Robertson. You're right. Two of them right together there. Jacob Fouts, terrific season. Carl Jocumsen having one of his better tournaments of 2024. We take a look at how anglers that we have been in the boat with all day long are spread out just south of our fantastic host city of Waddington, New York. Crowd's incredible here, coming from Canada, coming from the U.S., and you wonder, where do they all come from? You go through so many miles of country driving up here.
Yes, we thought that together one day.
Yeah, it's like, where do these people come from? But boy, they come. They show up. JT Tomkins hooked up.
Walleye. I cannot get a break today. Come on now.
I did confirm it with cameraman David Pennington. JT does have 4 keepers.
Wow.
It's not like he got a limit and didn't pop in.
All of our anglers with cameras in the boats today will have to check in at 3 o'clock Eastern time. That's when weigh-in starts. Make a note of it here on Bassmaster.com. The other flights at 15-minute intervals, 30-minute intervals.
And they'll flip them. So that means our Angler of the Year race, they'll get the longest amount of time tomorrow, which means they should be fishing when we end the show tomorrow. So.
Yeah, that's right.
They'll have to check it at 4:30 Eastern. So yeah.
Good call.
Yeah. Yeah, it hasn't been the day I wanted.
Bailed out fishing early.
It's okay. I mean, just so many variables in play. I lost 2, with the fish I needed today. The 5+ pounders, I lost 2, caught one of them. And, I only had 3 big bites and, caught some decent filler fish, nothing crazy. But towards the end of the day here, we're looking to try and get a little upgrade and just get over 20 pounds. Hopefully I'm probably at like 18, 19. So obviously not the day I wanted or hoped, but it is what it is. It's a long tournament. You can still come back from a tournament, a day like this out here, and catch a giant bag, because you can see everyone's heading in.
Hey, Tommy, I don't know if Middleton can. If you could freeze that screen right there. What does it look like when Jay actually chills?
Right. He is Mr. Relaxation.
Like when this is an Angler of the Year race he's in right now. Imagine when he's at home and he's like, all right, it's time for Jay to chill.
Probably gets more fired up watching the Bears play, right?
I don't know.
How do you feel that he finally put down your signature spinning rod and picked up a Carolina rig rod?
I really enjoyed.
Is that your Carolina rig rod? No?
It is not.
Bad thing about these fish, oh my goodness, there's a big one following him. Hey, maybe the spot that I caught him on before actually does hold fish. I don't think it's very big. Main thing is I just gotta hurry up and get back out there. Golly, that was a big one following him. Yeah, not very big at all. At all, at all. Mainly right now, just seeing how much it is our day or not. Trying to catch one in Waddington. Look at that monster, guys. Oh, you talk about river monster? I've captured him. Nobody's gonna beat this. They should have like a smallest fish tournament. Like best 5 and then you keep a 6 smallest fish. I'd be borderline. Real borderline. Look, made it look good though, didn't he? Holy cow. Still a hook. Got him. Don't break my hook. Come on, don't break my hook. Did it break my hook now? These little circle hooks are deadly. Oh, okay, he's free and alive. All right, there was like 5 or 10 fish that followed him. I'm pretty sure cast line up. About right there. But kind of just getting lucky. I caught 2 4-pounders last year in an open right here. I tried staying close, and that was not the move. Not the move. I never even caught a 5-pounder practice or the tournament. That's how great it was. It was phenomenal. Come on. There was 3 or 4 good ones with him. But you know how that goes. Always be that. Come on. I don't have any of my waypoints, but I remember that boulder. Pretty sure this is somewhat close. Come on.
Okay, a little quiz. We got 4 anglers at 20 pounds even. Who's got the most? Joey Cifuentes, who has a 6'8". John Garrett's got a 5'8". Cody Huff has 5 4-0s, and Patrick Walters has 5 4-0s on his bass
I'm
track.
going to go Patrick
Oh,
Walters.
Patrick I'll Walters. Go, okay, that's easy.
This is actually very important right here for JT Tomkins.
They have 25, for all we know.
Make sure that 12 inches, because I swear we're allowed to keep 12 inches. I never dreamed it. Alright. Where's... Okay. Why can't I find it? Why? Nippers.
It is indeed 12 inches, just for us in studio.
Yes, it is 12.
What's the limit then?
So he was 33rd. Right now he is 26 back of McKinney for Rookie of the Year.
The joys of
That should
drifting.
get him right, almost even with him.
What time you got now?
I'm sorry, fish. I need to make sure I almost know 100%. We're allowed to keep this.
Dang. Jig it is. Lost everything else in a matter of 10 seconds.
Why can't I find it?
How about one more time on day number 1 here
Sounds
on the
like
St. Lawrence
yes.
River?
Yeah.
Trey McKinney said he virtually knows nothing about the St. Lawrence River. Well, that was not the case this morning. Freshman rookie Trenasse area for Trey McKinney. Literally within reaching distance, arm's length of JT Tomkins earlier today. Started off with that dadgum St. Lawrence stud, a 3.15 stud. Cape Vincent area, big one right there to start the day. Had 4 big ones in the boat, really in the first 90 minutes. Trey McKinney, couple big ones there on a drop shot. Caught a big one later on a jig. Got another good one here, fishing from 27 out to, let's call it 35 feet of water. Just a slow current push with his drop shot earlier today. Power pole replay of the day. Rookie, the Bassmaster Elite Series. Made the comment, the only person that has hurt him this year is himself. Power pole replay of the day, Trey McKinney. Hey, he kind of saved us this morning.
He did. He gave us a lot of content.
Slow start to the morning. Things got firing after about 10 o'clock. Power pole replay of the day. Rookie, Trey McKinney.
Oh, have you noticed it's a new redesigned Toyota Tacoma for 2024? Got the nice lines there. We all know the reputation of the Tacoma for dependability, for retention of value through the years, for the gas mileage as well. If Tacoma Hit the Trail Sweepstakes is your chance to win one of those. You can start entering right now. Hey, scan the QR code right there and get in the game. Toyota Hit the Trail Sweepstakes. You could win a Tacoma. Humminbird Bassmaster Elite in the St. Lawrence River, Waddington, New York, sponsored by Toyota, by Nitro Boats, by Dakota Lithium, and by Humminbird. Well, for the anglers that we've been following today, fishing time is very near an end here, just a couple minutes. 10 minutes left, and we got a Robert G., a rookie, on top. We got to see a good bit of him, although he didn't have a camera in the boat with him today. Matt Robertson, getting some momentum coming off of Champlain, getting up there with Keith Combs, who's finished as high as the top 10 here in years past. Jacob Fouts, Jacobson, McKinney, Whitaker, Johnston, Sumrall, and Brian New, rounding up our top 10.
Tommy Z, when we come up to New York, we always talk about weather and how it could possibly postpone or affect fishing areas. I'm at the Dakota Lithium Screen of Knowledge and was looking at 2 key areas where we see a lot of anglers in past tournaments and where we saw some anglers today for sure, and how they may be spared where other people are struggling in their areas with a southeast wind. Maybe this weekend, if the wind does kick up and it comes from that direction, a lot of places in the river are fine because it's pretty perpendicular to the river, but out in the lake, if it gains from the southwest, that's what you don't want. But from the southeast, a lot of those Canadian-based, I guess Wolf Island, the little bays and points that stick out, places we see the Johnstons fish quite a bit, places we've seen other guys in the top 10 in past years fish, they got plenty of real estate to be out of that wind and still have some decent depth, whether they are cruising up shallow for visible sight fish, maybe in 10 feet or less, or if they are out in that 30, 40 feet of water like we see most times. This area, for the most part, will be very protected. And then we think about another area that really factored today. We had a couple of our cameras and 5 or 6 other anglers around that Duck Island area. If you're thinking about it from the north, south, east, west, the wind coming from the southeast would be coming from this direction roughly. So for the most part, it's not completely protected because it is out in the middle of Lake Ontario. You're going to have wind from any direction that's going to affect it. But as you see how sharp these break lines are on the north and the east side of this island, when you get over to this side, it goes a lot more spread out. You saw Jay Shakira fishing in that 35 to 40 foot range with that school of fish that wouldn't bite. You saw Jacob Fouts today really cash in, Drew Cook, other anglers. We've seen Austin Felix in the past make that run. So we'll see. You'll have to kind of look at the wind, and it might not be great heading there, but when you get to some of these areas out in the lake, it could be more protected than you'd think.
Actually, if you look at where a lot of those fish got caught at Duck today and Amherst, one of the anglers I was really watching Hamner. I was keeping my eye on Fouts too. Their areas where they got caught today will be very susceptible to a southeast wind. It doesn't look, what's funny is those contour lines, they don't look very far off of Duck. Where they got caught today is 1.5 miles or 2 miles off of the island. Anything that says south in that area or Amherst will get clocked.
You're talking about the east side of Amherst, not the west side.
It's
kind of
weird.
lays, yeah.
The way that island lays, they're more on the southwest side of it. Therefore, that is not a good place for that direction wind. But what you nailed about Johnston's in areas like that, that'll be almost calm.
When you think about, I mean, if you have to go out on the lake any direction, whether you're headed south on New York side, that'll be supremely protected. But we saw last year, we thought day one, certain areas were going to be destroyed. That's why Patrick Walter stayed in the river. And you see the Canadian side actually be calm, and it shocked us. And so that's something that they're going to have to balance as they take off 100 miles from the lake.
Timothy Doobie just popped in. He's got 5.6. He's got 21.14. He's in 10th place.
Uh-oh.
He knocked Hamner, Chris Johnston down, and Fouts gained another. He's within 7 of AOI.
Wow.
Like, I couldn't have scripted it any worse.
And he will be one that's
simply,
needs
if
the winning in.
If I would have caught the 5-pounder, I jumped off literally at the trolling motor this morning, I'd be sitting at 25 pounds. So, just one bite away from being in the top 5. And that's just how it goes. Not much you can do about it.
Not in a good mood right there.
Nope. Not satisfied with what has gone down today for JT.
I'll tell you something that he said yesterday, and it was interesting to hear. He said, it is just as easy to catch 30 pounds here as it is to brutally struggle this time around compared to years past. And really making that move to get on the Canadian side of the river, getting kind of away from really the Cape Vincent area is what saved him. Lost one big one earlier that would have been a game breaker. That 5-pounder that he lost earlier today next to Trey McKinney, still a solid stringer, but he is going to come in with 4 giants and a 13-incher and be over 20 pounds.
It's the day for JT Tomkins, and like you said, salvaging pretty well there. Later hours today. Now, Justin Hamner.
And that area right there on Saturday will be ripping. Those guys might have Such was talking about the wind forecast for semifinal Saturday. If Hamner is able to get to that area is going to get licked pretty good. A lot of his fish from 10 out to about 24 feet of water. Drop shot and a Ned rig, but one big lost fish in the river about an hour ago for Justin Hamner.
Johnston coming in here after having lost by an ounce.
Number 1.
At our last stop, Champlain, finished second there.
And it was just a weird, this is one of the toughest days that we have ever seen in the boat of Chris Johnston on Lake Ontario. Conditions were perfect, did not do a lot of running around, gambled, went out into the lake, did not start in the mouth of the river. Really, his day did not get going until about 9:30. Solid stringer, but as you listen to Chris Johnston, also, just like Justin Hamner, lost a big one about a little bit after our midday break when Dave and Davey were up. So I guess that would have been during, actually.
Yeah. Trey McKinney, good start of all the anglers we covered today, the best start.
Yeah, not a lot of bites this morning, but it was on fire for Trey McKinney, just slipping the current, jig head minnow, and a drop shot mixed in a jig with one of his big bites. Fishing a pretty known community hole, 27 out to about 36 feet of water. Really kind of dead sticking a lot of his baits. 4 big ones early today for Trey McKinney, and definitely in the mix.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Right there. Give me a little bouncy down.
Kind of be interesting to see how him and JT Tomkins handle the rookie Trenasse area tomorrow.
Yeah, you think they're going to mix it up? And I also want to ask that about Chris Johnston. You think he's going to sort of change his timing
I think
for the day?
I think Chris knows he probably burnt a little bit too much time today in the 2 or 3 areas that we got to see him in. And here's the thing, from whether it's Galoo Island or Amherst Island, Chris Johnston probably going to switch things up a little bit from there, way out in the lake. Jacob Fouts with a big day. We had some sketchy service with him. Made the comment the schools were not as big out in the lake this year as they were last year and the year before. Quality definitely there for Jacob Fouts.
Jacob Fouts finished 8th place last year. He's currently sitting, according to Bass Track, in 4th, just under 23 pounds. So that's an upgrade. If he can keep that going for 4 days, who knows?
Let's go. One. I mean,
That will be an absolute ocean out there in that area where Fouts was at come Saturday and Sunday. But from Trey McKinney's boat right here, your unofficial leader, Robert G, had another solid performance for the rookie angler on the Elite Series.
Was all in on the smallmouth last week, Tommy, when everyone basically in the top 10 mixed it up.
He was an outlier really last
when
week.
I
and
get
then
up
he
here, I
completely
want to
left
stay
a
on
largemouth
smallmouth. So.
I don't know. I mean, my practice was really, I mean, it was like I had massive weight, like 27.5 pounds a day, but that was over like 14 hours, you know. I think I rushed myself a little bit today. I think the fish that I was targeting were shallower, and I think they probably moved out just a little bit. And I just kind of rushed through there instead of figuring out what to do for today. But I mean, still got 22 pounds, so can't complain about that. Still a really good day.
Justin Hamner, hey, just outside the 16th place. He can make him the top 13.
Did his job today.
He wins the Angler of the Year. That's not bad work right there. If he can make a few adjustments and get things turned around tomorrow and carry it over into day 3. Looking good to win this thing, but that guy's going to have something to say about it.
I would say he will.
You probably object to
Got a
that.
feeling you're not going to see Chris Johnston in the best of moods today with his measly 21.5 pounds.
He will not be happy. You were right.
Won't. Good day, though. It is in position. We've got great weather coming tomorrow, and the X Factor will, for this tournament, and probably this season, definitely going to be semifinals Saturday.
Well, it will make it fun. It will make it very, very interesting. Of course, there's a lot we don't know about today yet because so many anglers out of range, others without marshals, so we won't get the full story until weigh-in time. That's the situation. That's the way Dave Mercer likes it. He wants there to be some mystery.
I know.
Doesn't want to give away the game before the weigh-in starts there. The weigh-in starting here just, about right now. And in the Yeti hot seat, feeling the flames right now.
Dripping.
Oh, absolutely. Robert G. in that hot seat. Coverage tomorrow starts 8 a.m. Eastern Time right here on Bassmaster.com. We will bring you 7 full hours of coverage of this, the Humminbird Bassmaster Elite at the St. Lawrence River.